1.2 Food and cooking. Food. Fish and seafood. 1,
Crab.
5,
Mussels.
2,
Salmon.
6,
Shrimp.
3,
Squid.
4,
Tuna.
Meat. 10,
Beef.
11,
Chicken.
8,
Duck.
9,
Lamb.
7,
Pork.
Fruit and vegetables. 23,
Beet.
12,
Cabbage.
22,
Cherries.
16,
Cucumber.
18,
Eggplant.
21,
Grapes.
25,
Green beans.
24,
Lemon.
17,
Mango.
13,
Melon.
19,
Peach.
14,
Pear.
26,
Raspberries.
15,
Red pepper.
20,
Zucchini.
1.3 Cooking. 4,
Boiled.
3,
Roasted.
1,
Baked.
6,
Grilled.
2,
Fried.
5,
Steamed.
1.4
Canned.
Fresh.
Frozen.
Low fat.
Raw.
Spicy.
Takeout.
1.5
Fish. Squid. Chicken. Spicy. Grilled.
Tree. Beef. Steamed. Beans. Breakfast.
Cat. Grapes. Salmon. Lamb. Cabbage.
Car. Margarine. Carton. Jar. Warm.
Clock. Sausage. Roast. Chocolate. Box.
Horse. Or. Pork. Fork. Boiled. Pour.
Bull. Cook. Sugar. Pudding. Food.
Boot. Ooh. Spoon. Zucchini. Fruit. Duck.
1.6 A.
I usually have meat or seafood, usually shrimp or something as an appetizer, and then maybe lamb for the main course.
B.
I often have ready-made vegetable soups that you just have to heat up. In fact, they're the only vegetables I ever eat. And I usually have a couple of frozen pizzas in the freezer for emergencies. I don't really order takeout when I'm on my own, but if I'm with friends in the evening, we sometimes order Chinese food for dinner.
C.
Eggs and soda. I have eggs for breakfast at least twice a week, and I drink a couple of cans of soda every day.
D.
If I'm feeling down, chicken soup with nice big pieces of chicken in it. It's warm and comforting. I usually have a banana before going to the gym. If I know I'm going to have a really long meeting, I usually have a coffee and a cupcake because I think it will keep me awake and give me energy.
E.
Fruit. Cherries, strawberries, raspberries, and apples. Vegetables. Peppers, tomatoes, and cucumbers. The only thing I really don't like is zucchini. I can't even stand the smell of it.
1.7. Part 1.
What was your favorite food when you were a child?
Well, I always liked unusual things. At least things that most English children at the time didn't like. For instance, when I was 6 or 7, my favourite things were snails. Oh, and prawns with garlic.
Funny things for a 6-year-old English boy to like.
Well, the thing is, my parents liked travelling and eating out a lot, and I first tried snails in France. And the prawns, my first prawns, I had at a Spanish restaurant in the town where we lived.
So you were interested in Spanish food right from the start. Is that why you decided to come to Spain?
Partly. But of course, I suppose, like a lot of British people, I wanted to see the sun. The other thing that attracted me when I got here were all the fantastic ingredients. I remember going into the market for the first time and saying, wow!
When you opened your restaurant, how did you want it to be different from typical Spanish restaurants?
Well, when I came to Spain, all the good restaurants were very formal, very traditional. In London then, the fashion was for informal places where the waiters wore jeans, but the food was amazing. So I wanted a restaurant a bit like that. I also wanted a restaurant where you could try more international food, but made with some of these fantastic local ingredients. For example, Spain's got wonderful seafood, but usually here it's just grilled or fried. I started doing things in my restaurant, like cooking Valencian mussels in Thai green curry paste.
What do you most enjoy cooking?
What I most enjoy cooking, I think, are those traditional dishes which use quite cheap ingredients, but they need very long and careful cooking, and then you turn it into something really special, like a really good casserole, for example.
And is there anything you don't like cooking?
Maybe desserts. You have to be very, very precise when you're making desserts, and that's not the way I am.
1.8. Part 2.
What's the best thing about running a restaurant?
I think the best thing is making people happy. That's why even after all this time I still enjoy it so much.
And the worst thing?
That's easy. It has to be the long hours. This week, for example, I'm cooking nearly every day. We usually close on Sundays and Mondays, but this Monday is a public holiday where lots of people want to eat out, so we're open.
Sociarea is in all the British restaurant guides now. Does that mean you get a lot of British customers?
Yes, we get a lot of British people, especially at the weekends. But then we get people from other countries too.
And are the British customers and the Spanish customers very different?
Yes, I think they are. The British always say that everything is lovely, even if they've only eaten half of it. The Spanish, on the other hand, are absolutely honest about everything. They tell you what they like, they tell you what they don't like. I remember when I first opened, I had sushi on the menu, which was very unusual at that time. And I went into the dining room and I said to people, "So what do you think of the sushi?" And the customers, who were all Spanish, said, "Oh, it was awful. It was raw fish." Actually, I think I prefer that honesty because it helps us to know what people like.
What kind of customers do you find difficult?
I think customers who want me to cook something in a way that I don't think is very good. Let's see, a person who asks for a really well done steak, for instance. For me, that's a difficult customer. You know, they'll say, "I want a really, really well done steak." So I give them a really, really well done steak. And then they say, "It's tough." And I think, well, of course it's tough. It's well done. Well done steak is always tough.
People say that the Mediterranean diet is very healthy. Do you think people's eating habits in Spain are changing?
Well, I think they are changing. Unfortunately, I think they're getting worse. People are eating more unhealthily.
How do you notice that?
I see it especially with younger friends. They often eat in fast food restaurants. They don't cook. And actually, the younger ones come from a generation where their mothers don't cook either. That's what's happening now, and it's a real pity.
1.9. 1.
This week, for example, I'm cooking nearly every day. We usually close on Sundays and Mondays, but this Monday is a public holiday.
2.
The British always say that everything is lovely.
3.
Actually, I think I prefer that honesty because it helps us to know what people like.
4.
Unfortunately, I think they're getting worse. People are eating more unhealthily.
1.10. 1.
I work in a bank. She studies Russian.
We don't have any pets. Jack doesn't wear glasses.
Where do you live? Does your brother have a car?
2.
She usually has cereal for breakfast.
I'm never late for work.
We only eat out about once a month.
1.11.
Who are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for a friend.
Is your sister still going out with Adam?
No, they broke up. She isn't going out with anyone right now.
1.12.
What are you cooking?
I'm making pasta.
Great. I love pasta.
What are you looking for?
My car keys.
I'll help you in a minute.
But I need them now.
1.13.
I agree. In most top restaurants, the chef is a man. For example, Mario Batali or Marcus Samuelsson.
I don't agree. There are many more women chefs than before in restaurants. And at home, women cook much more than men.
That's true, but I still think men are better cooks. They're more adventurous in the kitchen.
In my opinion, that's only because they don't cook every day. It's easy to be adventurous if you only cook once a week.
I'm not sure. I know a lot of men who cook almost every day.
I think it depends.
1.14.
I agree.
I don't agree.
I'm not sure.
I think it depends.
For example,
in my opinion.
1.15.
Family life is changing in the U.S., but not in the way we might think. The results of several different U.S. surveys expected to find that family relationships were suffering because of the decline in traditional family structures. However, some of the results were very surprising. 32% of young adults under 25 and 10% of adults 30 to 34 still live at home with their parents. 43% of families eat together every day. 33% say they have the TV on during dinner. 50% think a new baby in the family brings more happiness. 49% of adults are happy and enjoy their lives without a lot of stress. 11% of adults are not happy and have a lot of stress or worry in their lives. 60% of teens feel close to their family. 67% of teens want to spend more time with their parents. 75% of parents stay connected with their children on social networks. 40% of parents worry about what their kids post on social networks. 17% of elderly women live with a relative such as a daughter, daughter-in-law, or grandchild.
1.16 1.
So, what are you going to do next year, dear? Are you going to go to college? Adam, can you hear me?
Sorry, Grandma. What did you say?
I said, are you going to go to college next year?
No, Grandma. I've already told you 1,000 times. I'm not going to go to college yet. I'm going to look for a job. I need to earn some money.
All right, dear. You don't need to shout. I can hear perfectly well, thank you. What time is it now?
10 to 4. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Yes, please, dear. That'd be very nice.
2.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Hey, what do you mean tomorrow? Aren't you coming back tonight?
No, I told you about it yesterday. I'm going to a party at Katie's. I'm staying overnight there.
Who else is going?
Oh, just the usual crowd. You don't know any of them.
Well, make sure you don't go to bed too late. And don't forget to...
Bye.
Where's your coat? You can't go out like that. It's going to be cold tonight.
Bye.
3.
Can I use your car tonight?
No, you can't.
You said you didn't need it. Why can't I borrow it?
Because you won't be careful. You'll drive too fast.
I won't. I promise. I'll drive really slowly. I'll be really careful.
Well, all right.
Thanks. See you.
One 1.17
My sister's going to adopt a child.
Are you going to buy a new car or a used one?
I'm not going to go to New York City tomorrow. The meeting is canceled.
1.18
The Yankees are going to win. They're playing really well.
Look at those black clouds. I think it's going to rain.
1.19
Lorna and James are getting married in October.
We're meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow in Jack's office.
Jane's leaving on Friday and coming back next Tuesday.
1.20
I'll have the steak.
I won't tell anybody where you are.
I'll carry that bag for you.
You'll love New York City.
I'll be home all afternoon.
1.21 1.
Are you coming home for dinner tonight?
No, I'm going out with my friends.
2.
What are you going to do in the summer?
We're going to rent a house with my sister and her husband.
3.
Do you think they'll have children soon?
I don't think so. Not for a few years, anyway.
1.23 Personality. What are they like? 1,
Selfish people think about themselves and not about other people.
2,
A competitive person always wants to win.
3,
Spoiled children behave badly because they are given everything they want.
4,
An aggressive person gets angry quickly and likes fighting and arguing.
5,
Charming people have an attractive personality and make people like them.
6,
A sensible person has common sense and is practical.
7,
A sociable person is friendly and enjoys being with other people.
8,
Anxious people are often worried or stressed.
9,
A moody person is happy one minute and sad the next, and is often bad-tempered.
10,
Independent people like doing things on their own without help.
11,
A bossy person likes giving orders to other people.
12,
An affectionate person shows that he or she loves or likes people very much.
13,
A jealous person thinks that someone loves another person more than him or her, or wants what other people have.
14,
A sensitive person can be easily hurt or offended.
15,
An ambitious person wants to be successful in life.
16,
A reliable person is someone who you can trust or depend on.
17,
A rebellious person doesn't like obeying rules.
18,
A stubborn person never changes his opinion or attitude about something.
1.24 Opposites.
Generous. Cheap.
Insecure. Self-confident.
Lazy. Hardworking.
Quiet. Talkative.
Shy. Outgoing.
Smart. Stupid.
1.25 Negative prefixes.
Unambitious.
Unclean.
Unfriendly.
Dishonest.
Unimaginative.
Unkind.
Disorganized.
Unreliable.
Unselfish.
Unsociable.
Immature.
Impatient.
Irresponsible.
Insensitive.
1.26 1,
Jealous. Anxious. Ambitious. Generous. Rebellious.
2,
Sociable. Reliable.
3,
Responsible. Sensible.
4,
Competitive. Talkative. Aggressive. Sensitive.
5,
Unfriendly. Insecure. Impatient. Immature.
1.27
This morning we're talking about family and family life. And now Danielle Barnes is going to tell us about a book she has just read called Birth Order by Linda Blair. So, what's the book about, Danielle?
Well, it's all about how our position in the family influences the kind of person we are. I mean, whether we're firstborn, a middle child, a youngest child, or an only child, Linda Blair argues that our position in the family is possibly the strongest influence on our character and personality.
So, tell us more about this, Danielle. What about the oldest children in a family, the firstborn?
Well, firstborn children often have to take care of their younger brothers and sisters, so they're usually sensible and responsible as adults. They also tend to be ambitious, and they make good leaders. Many U.S. presidents and British prime ministers, including, for example, Abraham Lincoln, were oldest children. On the negative side, oldest children can be insecure and anxious. This is because when the second child was born, he or she lost some of his or her parents' attention, and maybe he or she felt rejected.
That's very interesting. What about the middle child?
Middle children are usually more relaxed than oldest children. That's probably because the parents are more relaxed themselves by the time the second child arrives. They're usually very sociable, the kind of people who get along with everybody. And they're also usually sensitive to what other people need. Now, this is because they grew up between older and younger brothers and sisters. For the same reason, they're often good at sorting out arguments, and they're always sympathetic to the ones on the losing side, or, in general, to people who are having problems. On the other hand, middle children can sometimes be unambitious, and they can lack direction in life.
And youngest children?
I was very interested in this part of the book because I'm a youngest child myself. It seems that youngest children are often very outgoing and charming. This is the way they try to get the attention of both their parents and their older brothers and sisters. They are often more rebellious, and this is probably because it's easier for the youngest children to break the rules. By this time, their parents are more relaxed about discipline. On the negative side, youngest children can be immature and disorganized, and they often depend too much on other people. This is because they have always been the baby of the family.
Fascinating. And finally, what about only children?
Only children usually do very well at school because they have a lot of contact with adults. They get a lot of love and attention from their parents, so they're typically self-confident. They're also independent because they're used to being by themselves. And because they spend a lot of time with adults, they're usually very organized.
I'm an only child myself, and people always think that I must be spoiled. Is that true, according to Linda Blair?
Well, it's true that only children can sometimes be spoiled by their parents because they're given everything they ask for. Also, on the negative side, only children can be selfish. And they can also be impatient, especially when things go wrong. This is because they're not used to sorting out problems with other brothers and sisters.
1.28
My name's Jenny Zielinski, and New York is my city. I live here, and I work for a magazine, New York 24/7.
My name's Rob Walker. I'm a writer on New York 24/7. You can probably tell from my accent that I'm not actually from New York. I'm British, and I came over to the States a few months ago.
I met Rob in London when I was visiting the UK on a work trip. He was writing for the London edition of 24/7. We got along well right away. I really liked him.
So, why am I in New York? Because of Jenny, of course. When they gave me the opportunity to work here for a month, I took it immediately. It gave us the chance to get to know each other better. When they offered me a permanent job, I couldn't believe it.
I helped Rob find an apartment, and now here we are, together in New York. I'm so happy. I just hope Rob's happy here too.
I really loved living in London. A lot of my friends and family are there, so of course I still miss it. But New York's a fantastic city. I've got a great job, and Jenny's here too.
Things are changing pretty fast in the office. We have a new boss, Don Taylor. And things are changing in my personal life, too. This evening's kind of important. I'm taking Rob to meet my parents for the very first time. I just hope it goes well.
1.29.
I can't believe we got here so late.
I'm sorry, Jenny. I had to finish that article for Dawn.
Don't forget the chocolates.
Okay. Oh, no!
I don't believe it. Don't tell me you forgot them.
I think they're still on my desk.
You're kidding.
You know what my desk's like.
Yeah, it's a complete mess.
Oh.
Why don't you ever tidy it?
We could go and buy some more.
How can we get some more? We're already late. Hi there!
You made it!
Sorry we're late. So this is my mom and dad, Harry and Sally. And this, of course, is Rob.
Hello.
It's so nice to meet you at last.
Yes, Jenny's finally decided to introduce you to us. Good to meet you.
Come in, come in.
Mom, I'm really sorry. We bought you some chocolates, but we left them at the office.
Oh, what a pity. Never mind.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We know what a busy young woman you are. And your mom has made way too much food for this evening anyway.
Oh, Harry.
But I also have some good news.
Really? What's that?
Well, you know we have a new boss.
Mm-hmm.
He's still new to the job and needs support. So today, he made me the managing editor of the magazine.
So you've got a promotion. How fantastic!
That's great news. Hey, does that mean Jenny's going to be your boss, Rob?
Yes, I guess so.
Well, not exactly. I'm a manager, but I'm not Rob's manager.
Let's go and have dinner.
What a great idea.
1.30. 1.
Don't forget the chocolates.
Okay. Oh, no!
I don't believe it. Don't tell me you forgot them.
I think they're still on my desk.
You're kidding.
2.
Mom, I'm really sorry. We bought you some chocolates, but we left them at the office.
Oh, what a pity. Never mind.
3.
But I also have some good news.
Really? What's that?
4.
So you've got a promotion. How fantastic!
That's great news.
5.
Let's go and have dinner.
What a great idea.
1.31.
You're kidding. I don't believe it.
Really? How fantastic!
That's great news.
What a great idea.
Oh, no!
What a pity. Never mind.
$1.32.
You know, our Jenny has done incredibly well, Rob. She's the first member of our family to study at Harvard. She's a very capable and ambitious young woman.
Dad.
No, it's true, Jenny.
But what about you, Rob? How do you see your career? Do you see yourself going into management?
Me? No, not really. I'm more of a writer.
Really? What kind of things do you write?
Interviews, reviews, things like that. And I'm doing a lot of work for the online magazine.
Rob's a very talented writer, Dad. He's very creative.
That's great, but being creative doesn't always pay the bills.
You know, my dad's a very keen photographer. He took all of these photos.
Oh, Rob won't be interested in those.
But I am interested. I mean, I like photography. And I think I recognize some of these people.
That's because most of them are of Jenny.
But there are some great jazz musicians, too. That's Miles Davis. And isn't that John Coltrane? And that's Wynton Marsalis.
You know about Wynton Marsalis?
Know about him? I've interviewed him.
How incredible! I love that guy. He's a hero of mine.
Well, he's a really nice guy. I spent a whole day with him, chatting and watching him rehearse.
Really? I want to hear all about it.
Have a cookie, Rob.
Go ahead, son. Sally makes the best cookies in New York.
Oh.
1.33.
How do you see your career?
Not really. I'm more of a writer. Interviews, reviews, things like that. I mean, I like photography.
That's because most of them are of Jenny. How incredible!
Well, he's a really nice guy.
Go ahead, son.
$1.35. Money. Verbs. 1.
My uncle died and left me $2,000. I'm going to inherit $2,000.
2.
I put some money aside every week for my next vacation. I save money every week.
3.
My brother promised to give me $50. He promised to lend me $50.
4.
I need to ask my mom to give me $20. I need to borrow $20 from my mom.
5.
I often spend money on stupid things. I often waste money.
6.
I don't have enough money to buy that car. I can't afford to buy that car.
7.
I usually have to pay the mechanic $400 to fix my car. The mechanic charges me $400.
8.
These shoes are very expensive. They are $200. They cost $200.
9.
Jim gave me $100. I haven't paid him back yet. I owe Jim $100.
10.
I want to put money in a bank account. They'll give me 5% interest. I want to invest some money.
11.
I work in a supermarket. They pay me $1,600 a month. I earn $1,600 a month.
12.
I could sell my house for about $200,000. My house is worth about $200,000.
13.
We need to get people to give money to build a new hospital. We want to raise money for the new hospital.
1.36 Prepositions 1.
Would you like to pay in cash or by credit card?
2.
I paid for the dinner last night. It was my birthday.
3.
I spent $50 on books yesterday.
4.
My uncle invested all his money in real estate.
5.
I don't like lending money to friends.
6.
I borrowed a lot of money from the bank.
7.
They charged me $120 for a haircut.
8.
I never get into debt. I hate owing people money.
1.37 Nouns 1.
Coin.
2.
Bill.
3.
Salary.
4.
Tax.
5.
Loan.
6.
Mortgage.
7.
ATM.
1.38
Up. Done. Money. Nothing. Some. 1.
Clock. Ah. Dollar. Honest. Shopping.
Phone. Oh. Close. Loan. Go. Oh. Sold.
1.39
Afford. Order. Worth. Organized. Mortgage. Store. Work.
1.40 1.
I'm a spender, I think. I try to save, but something always seems to come along that I need to buy, and I end up broke. I can get by with very little money for myself when I need to, but I don't seem to be good at holding on to it. Also, if my kids ask to borrow some money, I always say yes.
2.
I would say that I'm a spender. I spend money on things like concerts or on trips because I like having the experience and the memories. I know that I should spend my money on things that last or save for the future, but I don't want to miss all those good things that are happening right now.
3.
I consider myself a spender. I don't have much money, but when I do have some, there's always something I need or want to spend it on. I love computers and computer games, so I buy things to make sure my computer is always up to date. I know it's not very sensible, but it's important to me.
4.
That's hard to say. I can save money if there's something I really, really want, but usually my money disappears as soon as I get it. I get some money from my parents every week, so I have just enough money to go to the movies with my friends and to buy something for myself, maybe a book or a DVD or some makeup. I usually end up buying something, but, for example, if I want to go on a trip with my friends, then I can make an effort and save some money for a few weeks.
5.
Since I was little, I've always saved about a third of the money I get. I would never think of spending all the money I have. You could say that I'm careful about money. When I want to buy something that's expensive, I don't use a credit card. I take the money out of the bank, so I never have to worry about getting into debt.
6.
I'd say a saver, definitely. I like having some money saved in case I have an emergency. I also think very carefully before I buy something, and I always make sure it's the best I can buy for that price. But I wouldn't describe myself as cheap. I love buying presents for people, and when I do spend my money, I like to buy nice things, even if they're more expensive.
1.41.
I haven't seen those shoes before. Are they new?
Yes, I just bought them. Do you like them?
They're okay. How much did they cost?
Oh, not much. They were a bargain, under $100.
You mean $99.99. That isn't cheap for a pair of shoes. Anyway, we can't afford to buy new clothes right now.
Why not?
Have you seen this?
No. What is it?
The phone bill. It came this morning. And we haven't paid the electricity bill yet.
Well, what about the iPad you bought last week?
What about it?
You didn't need a new one. The old one worked just fine.
But I needed the new model.
Well, I needed some new shoes.
1.42. 1.
I've been to Miami, but I haven't been to Tampa.
Have you ever lost your credit card?
Sally has never met Bill's ex-wife.
2.
I've already seen this movie twice. Can't we watch another one?
My brother hasn't found a job yet. He's still looking.
Have you finished your homework yet? No, not yet.
1.43.
They got married last year.
What time did you wake up this morning?
I didn't have time to do my homework.
1.44.
I've been to Miami twice. I went there in 1998 and 2002.
1.45. Part 1.
Jane, you're an elementary school teacher and a writer. What kind of books do you write?
Well, I write books for children who are learning English as a foreign language.
How long have you been a writer?
Let me see. Since 1990. So for about 22 years.
Tell us about the trip that changed your life. Where were you going?
Well, it was in the summer of 2008, and my family, my husband and I and our 3 children, decided to have a holiday of a lifetime and to go to Africa. We went to Uganda and Rwanda to see the mountain gorillas. It was something we'd always wanted to do. Anyway, about halfway through the trip, we were in Uganda and we were traveling in a lorry when the lorry broke down. So the driver had to find a mechanic to come and help fix it.
And then what happened?
Well, as soon as we stopped, lots of children appeared and surrounded us. I could see some long buildings quite near, so I asked the children what they were, and they said in English, "That's our school." And I was very curious to see what a Ugandan school was like, so I asked them to show it to me.
What was it like?
I was shocked when I first saw it. The walls were falling down, the blackboards were broken, and there weren't many desks. But the children were so friendly, and I asked them if they would like to learn a song in English. They said yes, and I started teaching them some songs, like Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes, a song I've used all over the world to teach children parts of the body. Almost immediately, the classroom filled up with children of all ages, and they all wanted to learn. I was just amazed by how quickly they learned the song.
Did you meet the teachers?
Yes, we did, and the headmaster too. He explained that the school was called St. Joseph's, and it was a community school for orphans, very poor children and refugees. I asked him what the school needed. I thought that he might say, "We need books or paper," and then later we could send them to him. But actually, he said, "What we need is a new school." And I thought, yes, of course, he's right. These children deserve to have better conditions than this to learn in. So when I got back home, my husband and I, and other people who were with us on the trip, decided to set up an organization to get money to build a new school.
1.46 Part 2
So Adelante Africa was born. Why did you decide to call it that?
Well, we wanted a name that gave the idea of Africa moving forward. And my husband is Spanish, and he suggested Adelante Africa because in Spanish, adelante means go forward. And Adelante Africa sort of sounded better than go forward Africa.
How long did it take to raise the money for the new school?
Amazingly enough, not long really, only about 2 years. The school opened on the 14th of March 2010 with 75 children. Today it has nearly 500 children.
That's great. I understand that since the new school opened, you've been working on other projects for these children.
Yes. When we opened the school, we realized that although the children now had a beautiful new school, they couldn't really make much progress because they were suffering from malnutrition, malaria, things like that. So we've been working to improve their diet and health. And at the moment, we're building a house where children who don't have families can live.
And are your children involved in Adelante Africa too?
Yes, absolutely. They all go out to Uganda at least once a year. My daughter Tessie runs the Facebook page, and my other daughter Anna runs a project to help children to go to secondary school. And Georgie, my son, organizes a football tournament there every year.
And how do you think you have most changed the children's lives?
I think the school has changed the children's lives because it has given them hope. People from outside came and listened to them and cared about them. But it's not only the children whose lives have changed. Adelante Africa has also changed me and my family. We've been very lucky in life. I feel that life has given me a lot. Now I want to give something back. But it's not all giving. I feel that I get more from them than I give. I love being there. I love their smiles and how they have such a strong sense of community. And I love feeling that my family and the other members of Adelante Africa are accepted as part of that community.
And do you have a website?
Yes, we do. It's www.adelanteafrica.com. We've had the website for about 4 years. It was one of the first things we set up. If you'd like to find out more about Adelante Africa, please go there and have a look. There are lots of photos and even a video my son took of me teaching the children to sing on that very first day. Maybe it will change your life too. Who knows?
1.47
They've known each other for 10 years.
Julia has had that bag since she was in college.
How long have you worked here?
Since 1996.
How long has your brother had his motorcycle?
For about a year.
1.48 1.
How long have you been learning English?
Nick has been working here since April.
They've been going out together for about 3 years.
2.
Your eyes are red. Have you been crying?
No, I've been cutting onions.
1.49 1.
How long have you been learning French?
2.
I've been learning French for 3 years.
3.
How long has it been raining?
4. It's been raining since lunchtime.
5.
How long have you been waiting?
6.
I've been waiting for half an hour.
1.50. 1.
It's snowing. How long has it been snowing?
2.
I'm learning Korean. How long have you been learning Korean?
3.
Natalia has been working in Brazil. How long has Natalia been working in Brazil?
4.
John is looking for a job. How long has John been looking for a job?
5.
They're living with Mary's parents. How long have they been living with Mary's parents?
6.
I'm going to salsa classes. How long have you been going to salsa classes?
7.
It's raining. How long has it been raining?
8.
Justin is going out with Brittany. How long has Justin been going out with Brittany?
1.51. Phone call 1.
Everything went wrong. I only managed half a day on Wednesday, the first day, and on Thursday we started late, so I'm already behind. I've been suffering from the heat. It's absolutely boiling, and the humidity is 100% at lunchtime. I went the wrong way, and I had to paddle against the current. I was exhausted. They asked me, "Do you want to give up?" But I said no, because I've also been having a wonderful time. There are pink dolphins, pink, not grey, that come close to the boat. I think that if I can do 62 miles a day, then I can make it.
Phone call 2.
I've been on the Amazon for a week now, and I've been paddling for 6 out of the 7 days. The river is incredibly wide, and it's very hard to paddle in a straight line. The water is so brown that I can't see my paddle once it goes under the surface. It looks like melted chocolate. I start at 5:30 in the morning, and I paddle for at least 10 hours, from 5:30 a.m. until dark, with only a short break for lunch. My hands have been giving me problems. I have big blisters. I now have them bandaged in white tape. I'm usually on the water for at least 10 hours. It's boring at times and exciting at others. I listen to music on my iPod. I've been listening to Don't Stop Me Now by Queen to inspire me.
Phone call 3.
I haven't been feeling very well this week. The problem is heat exhaustion. They say it's because I haven't been drinking enough water. I've been travelling 62 miles a day, which is my target. But yesterday, after 52 miles, I was feeling sick and my head was aching, and I had to stop and rest.
1.52. Phone call 4.
I haven't had any music for the last 3 days because my iPod broke, so paddling has been getting more boring. To pass the time, I count or I name countries in my head, and sometimes I just look up at the sky. Sometimes the sky is pink with clouds that look like cotton, and other times it's dark like the smoke from a fire, and sometimes it's bright blue. The day that I reached the halfway point in my trip, the sky was bright blue. I'm superstitious, so I didn't celebrate. There's still a very long way to go.
Phone call 5.
This week, the mosquitoes have been driving me crazy. They obviously think I'm easy food. They especially like my feet. I wake up in the night when they bite me, and I can't stop scratching my feet. But I'm feeling happier now than I've been feeling for weeks. I've seen a lot of amazing wildlife this week. One day, I found myself in the middle of a group of dolphins. There were about 6 pairs jumping out of the water. I've also seen enormous butterflies, iguanas, and vultures that fly above me in big groups. Yesterday, a fish jumped into my kayak. Maybe it means I'm going to be lucky. I'm starting to feel a little sad that this adventure is coming to an end.
And finally in the news, TV host Helen Skelton has successfully completed her 1,998-mile trip down the Amazon River in a kayak. She left from Nauta in Peru 6 weeks ago on a trip that many people said would be impossible. But yesterday, she crossed the finish line at Almarin in Brazil to become the first woman to paddle down the Amazon. Here's Helen.
It's been hard, but I've had an amazing time. The only thing I've really missed is my dog Barney. So, the first thing I'm going to do will be to pick him up and take him for a nice long walk.
1.53 1.
Was Lisa's father angry about the car?
Yes, he was furious.
2.
Is Oliver's apartment small?
Yes, it's really tiny. Just a bedroom and a living room.
3.
Are you afraid of flying?
Yes, I'm terrified. I never fly anywhere.
4.
Was the food good?
Yes, it was delicious.
5.
Are you very hungry?
I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day.
6.
Is your parents' house big?
It's enormous. It has 7 bedrooms.
7.
Was it cold in Moscow?
It was freezing, -20 degrees.
8. Was Jack's kitchen dirty?
It was filthy. It took us 3 hours to clean it.
9.
Are your parents happy about the wedding?
They're excited. In fact, they want to pay for everything.
10.
Was the movie funny?
It was hilarious. We laughed all the way through.
11.
Are you sure you locked the door?
I'm positive. I remember turning the key.
12. Were you surprised to hear that Ted is getting married?
I was absolutely amazed. I never thought it would happen.
1.54 Max.
What do you like eating when you're feeling a little down?
Brownies. I love brownies. Chocolate brownies. My sister would always make these brownies, and she would let me eat them, and they sent some to me a little while ago, and they were just fantastic.
Does it make you feel better?
Oh, absolutely. They're great. Sometimes I give them to other people who aren't feeling so good, and they feel better too.
Andrew.
How often do you eat out?
Lately, I've been eating out a lot, but I try not to eat out to save money.
What kind of places do you go to?
I like any kind of Asian food, and steak is good, but it's kind of expensive.
Why do you like these kinds of restaurants?
I like them because they're different. I like to cook, and the food is different from the things that I know how to make.
Samantha.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
I do. I have one younger brother, and he's 16 years old.
How well do you get along with him?
Ooh, sometimes I get along better with him, depending on how much time we spend together.
Zenobia.
Are you a spender or a saver?
I'm a very big spender.
Can you give examples?
Bags.
have a weakness for bags. I love designer bags, and when I see something in the shop which is on sale and it's half price and reduced, all my savings for the last 3 months would go on that item. So bags is a weakness. Bags, bags, bags.
Skylar.
Have you ever taken part in a charity event?
I have. I have been a captain at the Relay for Life event in my home state in Kentucky, in America, and we raise money for cancer patients.
How much money did you raise?
I have raised $15,000 in total.
American English File, 2nd edition, Student Book 3, by Christina Latham Koenig and Clive Oxenden, published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2014. CD 2. 2.2. Transportation, public transportation and vehicles. 2.
Bus.
3.
Freeway.
9.
Light rail.
1.
Platform.
8.
Scooter.
4.
Subway.
6.
Train.
7.
Truck.
5.
Van.
2.3. On the road. 1.
Bicycle lane.
2.
Car crash.
3.
Crosswalk.
4.
Gas station.
5.
Parking ticket.
6.
Pedestrian zone.
7.
Road work.
8.
Rush hour.
9.
Seat belt.
10.
Speed camera.
11.
Speed limit.
12.
Taxi stand.
13.
Traffic light.
14.
Traffic jam.
2.4.
Shower. Sh.
Jazz. J.
Chess.
2.5.
Shower. Sh. Crash. Rush. Station.
Jazz. J. Bridge. Dangerous. Traffic jam.
Chess. Ch. Adventure. Catch. Each.
2.6. 1. A.
Cheap.
B.
Jeep.
2. A.
Chain.
B.
Jane.
3. A.
Choke.
B.
Joke.
4. A.
Ship.
B.
Chip.
5. A.
Shoes.
B.
Choose.
6. A.
Wash.
B.
Watch.
2.7. 1.
Jeep.
2.
Chain.
3.
Joke.
4.
Chip.
5,
Shoes.
6,
Watch.
2.8. 1,
Do you like potato chips?
2,
I'm going to wash it.
3,
You choose.
4,
Don't joke about it.
5,
Is it cheap?
2.9.
Tanner took a taxi from the boatyard to the airport where the seaplane was leaving from. It took 45 minutes to get from the boatyard to the airport. Once he got on the seaplane, Tanner quickly made up the time he spent riding in the taxi. With the plane flying close to 100 miles an hour, Tanner caught up to Rutledge and Adam near 7 Mile Bridge. After landing at the airport in Key West, Tanner rented a scooter for the last 3 miles of the race. Just a few more minutes until he arrived at the southernmost point of the U.S.
$2.10.
Rutledge Wood, who had traveled in the boat, ran from the Key West boatyard to the streets of Key West. After running for a few minutes in the heat, he hailed a taxi, which brought him to the southernmost marker in Key West and the U.S. Unfortunately, Adam and Tanner were already standing next to the marker. Rutledge couldn't believe it. He looked at the other men who were standing nearby, laughing. It turns out that Adam, traveling in the Lotus Evora, had reached the Key West marker just seconds before Tanner arrived on his rented scooter. Adam's car had won, which is a good thing because Top Gear is, after all, a program about cars. Tanner's combination of taxi, seaplane, and scooter arrived second, several minutes before Rutledge, who ended his boat trip with a ride in a taxi.
2.11. 1,
My sister is a little taller than me.
San Francisco is more expensive than Chicago.
This test is less difficult than the last one.
Olive oil is better for you than butter.
2,
The new sofa isn't as comfortable as the old one.
I don't have as many books as I used to.
2.12. 1,
My father drives faster than me.
You walk more quickly than I do.
Atlanta played worse today than last week.
2,
Max doesn't speak English as well as his wife does.
I don't earn as much as my boss.
2.13.
Kevin is the tallest player on the team.
Tokyo is the most expensive city in the world.
The small bag is the least expensive.
Lucy is the best student in the class.
Who dresses the most stylishly in your family?
That's the worst we've ever played.
2.14. 1,
Riding a motorcycle is more exciting than driving.
2,
The fastest train only takes an hour and a half.
3,
It's more difficult to drive at night than during the day.
4,
My father's worse at driving than my mother.
5,
The most dangerous road in my town is the freeway.
2.15.
And on tonight's program, we talked to Tom Dixon, who is an expert on road safety. Tom, new technology like GPS devices has meant new distractions for drivers, hasn't it?
That's right, Nikki. But it isn't just technology that's the problem. Car drivers do a lot of other things while they're driving that are dangerous and that can cause accidents. Remember, driver distraction is the #1 cause of road accidents.
Now, I know you've been doing a lot of tests with simulators. According to your tests, what's the most dangerous thing to do when you're driving?
The tests we did in a simulator showed that the most dangerous thing to do while you're driving is to send or receive a text message. This is incredibly dangerous, and it is, of course, illegal. In fact, research done by the police shows that this is more dangerous than drinking and driving.
Why is that?
Well, the reason is obvious. Many people use 2 hands to text, one to hold the phone and the other to type, which means that they don't have their hands on the wheel, and they're looking at the phone, not at the road. Even for people who can text with one hand, it's still extremely dangerous. In the tests we did in the simulator, 2 of the drivers crashed while texting.
And which is the next most dangerous?
The next most dangerous thing is to set or adjust your GPS. This is extremely hazardous too, because although you can do it with one hand, you still have to take your eyes off the road for a few seconds.
And number 3?
Number 3 was putting on makeup or doing your hair. In fact, this is something that people often do, especially women, of course, when they stop at traffic lights. But if they haven't finished when the lights change, they often continue when they start driving again. It's that fatal combination of just having one hand on the steering wheel and looking in the mirror, not at the road.
And number 4?
In 4th place, there are 2 activities that are equally dangerous. One of them is making a phone call on a cell phone. Our research showed that when people talk on the phone, they drive more slowly, which can be just as dangerous as driving fast. But their control of the car gets worse because they're concentrating on the phone call and not on what's happening on the road. But the other thing, which is just as dangerous as talking on your cell phone, is eating and drinking. In fact, if you do this, you double your chance of having an accident because eating and drinking always involves taking at least one hand off the steering wheel. And the thing that's most worrying here is that people don't think of this as a dangerous activity at all, and it isn't even illegal.
And in 5th, well, actually 6th place, it must be listening to music, but what kind?
Well, it's listening to music you know.
Oh, that's interesting.
We found in our tests that when drivers were listening to music they knew and liked, they drove either faster or slower, depending on whether the music was fast or slow.
So fast music made drivers drive faster.
Exactly. And a study in Canada also found that if the music was very loud, then drivers' reaction time was 20% slower. If you are listening to very loud music, you're twice as likely to go through a red light.
So the safest of all the things on the list is to listen to music we don't know.
Exactly. If we don't know the music, then it doesn't distract us. In this part of the tests, all drivers drove safely.
2.17 1.
I saw an old man with a dog.
2.
It's a nice house. She's a lawyer.
3.
What an awful day.
4.
I have classes 3 times a week.
2.18 1.
I saw an old man with a dog. The dog was barking.
2.
My father opened the door. The children are at school.
3.
The moon goes around the earth.
4.
I'm going to the movies tonight.
5.
It's the best restaurant in town.
2.19. 1.
Women usually talk more than men.
Love is more important than money.
2.
She's not at home today.
I get back from work at 5:30.
3.
I never have breakfast.
4.
See you next Friday.
2.20.
Computer. About. Anniversary. Complain. Credible. Problem. Talkative. Usually. Woman.
2.21. 1.
What are we going to have for lunch today?
2.
I'd like to see a good movie tonight.
3.
Please stop complaining about the weather.
4. The woman in the kitchen is very talkative.
5.
There's a problem with the computer.
2.22.
The movies.
The end.
The other day.
The world.
The sun.
The internet.
The kitchen.
The answer.
The earth.
2.23.
Excuse me, is this seat empty?
Yes, sure. Sit down. He's cute. Is he yours?
Yes. Actually, he's a she. Miranda.
Oh, 3 months?
3.5. How about yours?
Steven. He's 4 months. Did you have a bad night?
Yes, Miranda was crying all night. You know, that noise gets to you. It drives me crazy.
Do you know what you need? These.
What are they? Earplugs?
Yes, earplugs. When the baby starts crying, you just put these in. You can still hear the crying, but the noise isn't so bad, and it's not so stressful.
That's a great idea. Who told you to do that?
It's all in this book I read. You should get it.
Yeah? What's it called?
It's called Commando Dad. It was written by an ex-soldier. He was a commando in the army, and it's especially for men with babies or small children. It's pretty good.
Really? So what's so good about it?
Well, it's like a military manual. It tells you exactly what to do with a baby in any situation. It makes everything easier. There's a website, too, that you can go to, commandodad.com. It has a lot of advice about taking care of babies and small kids, and I really like the forums where men can write in with their problems or their experiences.
What kind of things does it help you with?
All kinds of things. How to change diapers. He has a really good system. How to dress the baby. How to get the baby to sleep. The best way to feed the baby. How to know if the baby is sick. It's really useful. And it's pretty funny, too. I mean, he uses a kind of military language. So, for example, he calls the baby a BT, which means a baby trooper. And the baby's bedroom is base camp. And taking the baby for a walk is maneuvers. And taking the diapers to the trash is called bomb disposal.
What else does it say?
Well, it has all kinds of stuff about...
And what does he think about men taking care of children? Does he think we do it well?
He thinks that men are just as good as women at taking care of children in almost everything.
Almost everything?
Yeah, he says the one time when women are better than men is when the kids are sick. Women kind of understand better what to do. They have an instinct. Oh, now it's my turn. Okay, I know exactly what that cry means. It means he's hungry.
Wow. What was that book called?
2.24.
Generally speaking, I think women worry more about their appearance than men. They tend to spend hours choosing what to wear, doing their hair, and putting on makeup. Women are also usually better at making themselves look more attractive. But I think that in general, men are more worried than women about their body image. They feel more insecure about their hair, for instance, especially when they're going bald.
2.25. Dependent prepositions after verbs. 1.
He apologized to the police officer for driving fast.
2.
We're arriving in Miami on Sunday.
3.
We're arriving at O'Hare Airport at 3:45.
4.
Who does this book belong to?
5.
I never argue with my husband about money.
6.
Could you ask the waiter for the check?
7.
Do you believe in ghosts?
8.
I can't choose between these two bags.
9.
We might go out. It depends on the weather.
10.
I dreamed about my childhood last night.
11.
Don't laugh at me. I'm doing my best.
12.
I'm really looking forward to the party.
13.
If I pay for the gas, can you pay for the parking?
14.
This music reminds me of our honeymoon in Italy.
15.
I don't spend a lot of money on clothes.
2.26. After adjectives. 1.
My brother is afraid of bats.
2.
She's really angry with her boyfriend about last night.
3.
I've never been good at sports.
4.
Eat your vegetables. They're good for you.
5.
I'm very close to my older sister.
6.
This exercise isn't very different from the last one.
7.
We're really excited about going to Brazil.
8.
I'm fed up with listening to you complaining.
9.
Krakow is famous for its main square.
10.
My sister is very interested in astrology.
11.
I'm very fond of my little nephew. He's adorable.
12.
She's very passionate about riding her bike. She does about 30 miles every weekend.
13.
I don't like people who aren't kind to animals.
14.
She used to be married to a pop star.
15.
I'm really happy with my new motorcycle.
16.
My dad was very proud of learning to ski.
17.
Why are you always rude to waiters and salespeople?
18.
Rachel is worried about losing her job.
19.
I'm tired of walking. Let's stop and rest.
2.27. 1.
When you're with friends of the same sex, what do you usually talk about?
2.
Are there any sports or games that you're good at?
3.
Is there anything you're really looking forward to?
4.
Who in your family are you closest to?
5.
What kind of movies are you interested in?
6.
Are there any animals or insects that you're afraid of?
7.
What's your town famous for?
8.
Are there any superstitions that you believe in?
2.28.
You work hard, but your money's all spent. Haven't got enough to pay the rent. You know it's not right, and it makes no sense to go chasing those dollars and cents. Chasing those dollars and cents.
That was great, Kerry.
Thanks.
Kerry, you used to be in a band. Now you play solo. Why did you change?
What happened with the band is private. I've already said I don't want to talk about it in interviews. All I'll say is that I have a lot more freedom this way. I can play and say what I want.
Did your relationship with the band's lead guitarist affect the breakup?
No comment. I never talk about my private life.
Your dad was in a famous punk band and your mum's a classical pianist. Have they influenced your music?
Of course they have. What do you think? Isn't everyone influenced by their parents?
When did you start playing?
I started playing the guitar when I was about 4.
4? That's pretty young.
Yeah, the guitar was nearly as big as me.
I think that your new album is your best yet. It's a lot quieter and more experimental than your earlier albums.
Thank you. I think it's my best work.
So, what have you been doing recently?
Well, I've been writing and recording some new songs, and I've played at some of the summer festivals in the UK.
And what are you doing while you're in the States?
I'm going to play at some clubs here in New York. Then I'm doing some small gigs in other places. I just want to get to know the country and the people. It's all very new to me. Chasing those dollars and cents.
Good job, Rob. She isn't the easiest person to interview.
She's okay. And this video clip will work great online.
Well, thank you for coming in today, Kerry. Now I suggest we have some lunch. Rob, could you call a taxi?
Sure.
.29.
So, when will you be coming back to New York, Kerry?
Oh, I don't know.
Hi, guys. Is everything okay?
Yes, it's delicious, thank you.
That's great.
New York waiters never leave you alone. I really don't like all this, hi guys, is everything okay stuff.
What? You mean waiters aren't friendly in London?
Oh, they're very friendly.
Yes, they're friendly, but not too friendly. They don't bother you all the time.
Can I get you anything else? More drinks, maybe?
No thanks, we're fine.
Fantastic.
See what I mean? Personally, I think people in London are a lot more easygoing. London's just not as hectic as New York.
Sure, we all like peace and quiet, but in my opinion, New York is possibly, well, no, is definitely the greatest city in the world. Don't you agree?
To be honest, I definitely prefer London.
Come on, Rob. You've lived in both. What do you think?
Well, I have to say London's very special. It's more relaxed. It's got great parks, and you can cycle everywhere. It's dangerous to cycle in New York.
Why would you cycle when you can drive a car?
You can't be serious.
Okay, I agree London has its own peculiar charm. But if you ask me, nothing compares with a city like New York. The whole world is here.
But that's the problem. It's too big. There are too many people. Everybody's so stressed out, and nobody has any time for you.
I don't think that's right, Carrie. New Yorkers are very friendly.
Oh, sure, they can sound friendly with all that have a nice day stuff, but I always think it's a little bit fake.
You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just have to take this. Hello? Yes? You're who? The taxi driver? What did she leave? Her cell phone. Right. Okay. Yes, we're still at the restaurant. See you in about 5 minutes.
(2.30) 1.
Personally, I think people in London are a lot more easygoing. London's just not as hectic as New York.
Sure, we all like peace and quiet, but in my opinion, New York is possibly, well, no, is definitely the greatest city in the world. Don't you agree?
To be honest, I definitely prefer London.
Come on, Rob. You've lived in both. What do you think?
2.
Okay, I agree London has its own peculiar charm. But if you ask me, nothing compares with a city like New York. The whole world is here.
But that's the problem. It's too big. There are too many people. Everybody's so stressed out, and nobody has any time for you.
I don't think that's right, Carrie. New Yorkers are very friendly.
Oh, sure, they can sound friendly with all that have a nice day stuff.
2.31
Personally, I think.
But in my opinion, don't you agree?
To be honest.
What do you think? Okay, I agree. But if you ask me,
I don't think that's right.
Oh, sure.
(2.32)
Thank you for a nice lunch, Don.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming, guys. Have a nice day.
See? Nice, friendly service.
Maybe, but I think she saw the big tip you left on the table.
Did you mean what you said in the restaurant, Rob?
Did I mean what?
About missing London.
Sure I miss it, Jenny.
Really?
But hey, not that much. It's just that moving to a new place is always difficult.
But you don't regret coming here, do you?
No, not at all.
It's just that you seemed homesick in there. For the parks, the cycling.
Well, there are some things I miss, but... Oh, hang on a minute. Look over there. Our taxi's come back.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Who, me? What is it?
I believe this is your cell phone. You left it in my cab.
What? Oh, wow. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
That was so kind of him.
See? New Yorkers are really friendly people.
(2.33)
Did you mean what you said in the restaurant, Rob? It's just that you seemed homesick in there.
Oh, hang on a minute. Our taxi's come back.
That was so kind of him.
2.34
I can speak 3 languages fluently.
Jenny can't come tonight. She's sick.
My cousin could play the violin when she was 3.
They couldn't wait because they were in a hurry.
Could you open the door for me, please?
2.35. 1.
Luke has been able to swim since he was 3.
I'd like to be able to ski.
I love being able to stay in bed late on Sunday morning.
You'll be able to practice your English in the U.S.
2.
Fortunately, I am able to accept your invitation.
My colleagues weren't able to come to yesterday's meeting.
2.36. 1.
I'd love to be able to ski.
2.
We won't be able to come.
3.
I've never been able to dance.
4.
She hates not being able to drive.
2.37. 1.
I'd love to be able to ski. Ride a horse. I'd love to be able to ride a horse.
2.
We won't be able to come. Park. We won't be able to park.
3.
I've never been able to dance. Speak French. I've never been able to speak French.
4.
She hates not being able to drive. Cook. She hates not being able to cook.
5.
Will you be able to find it? Afford it. Will you be able to afford it?
6.
He'd love to be able to snowboard. Windsurf. He'd love to be able to windsurf.
7.
I love being able to understand everyone. Speak to everyone. I love being able to speak to everyone.
8.
They haven't been able to finish. Come. They haven't been able to come.
2.38. 1.
What do you think is the most exciting sport to watch?
2.
What's the most amazing scenery you've ever seen?
3.
What music do you listen to if you feel depressed?
4.
Have you ever been disappointed by a birthday present?
5.
Which do you find more tiring, speaking English or listening to English?
6.
What's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you?
7.
Are you scared of spiders?
8.
Do you feel very tired in the morning?
9.
Who's the most boring person you know?
10.
Do you ever get frustrated by technology?
2.39. 1.
Afrikaans. Hallo.
2.
German.
Guten Tag.
3.
French.
Bonjour.
4.
Hebrew.
Shalom.
5.
Russian.
Привет.
6.
English.
Hello.
7.
Greek.
Γεια σου.
8.
Catalan.
Bon dia.
9.
Spanish.
Hola.
10.
Dutch.
Goedendag.
11.
Italian.
Ciao. 2.40. 1.
One very easy thing you can do is just change the language to English on all the gadgets you have. For example, on your phone or laptop or tablet. That way you're reading English every day, and without really noticing, you just learn a whole lot of vocabulary. For example, the things you see on your screen, like, "Are you sure you want to shut down now?" Things like that.
2.
My tip is to do things that you like doing, but in English. So, for example, if you like reading, then read in English. If you like movies, watch them in English with subtitles. If you like computer games, play them in English. But don't do things you don't enjoy in your language. I mean, if you don't like reading in your language, you'll enjoy it even less in English, and so you probably won't learn anything.
3.
What really helped me to improve my English was having an American boyfriend. He didn't speak any Japanese. Well, not many foreigners do. So we spoke English all the time, and my English improved really quickly. We broke up when he went back to the US, but by then I could speak pretty fluently. We didn't exactly end up as friends, but I'll always be grateful to him for the English I learned. So my tip is, try to find an English-speaking boyfriend or girlfriend.
4. I've always thought that learning vocabulary is very important, so I bought a vocabulary flashcard app for my phone. I write down all the new words and phrases I want to remember in French and in English, and then, when I get a quiet moment, I test myself. It really helps me remember new vocabulary. So that's my tip. Get a vocabulary learning app for your phone.
5.
I think one of the biggest problems when you're learning something new is motivation. Something to make you continue and not give up. So my tip is to book yourself a vacation in an English-speaking country or a country where people speak very good English, like the Caribbean, as a little reward for yourself, and so you can actually practice your English. It's really motivating when you go somewhere and find that people understand you and you can communicate. Last year, I went to the Bahamas for a weekend, and I had a great time and I spoke a lot of English.
6.
If you love music, which I do, my tip is to listen to as many songs as possible in English, and then learn to sing them. It's so easy nowadays with YouTube. First, I download the lyrics and try to understand them. Then I sing along with the singer and try to copy the way he or she sings. This is fantastic for your pronunciation. Then, once I can do it well, I go back to YouTube and get a karaoke version of the song. And then I sing it. It's fun, and your English will really improve as a result.
2.41. 1. Two.
Goodbye.
3. Four.
Please leave a message after the tone.
Hi, Jack. It's Sandra. I was just calling to confirm that meeting.
5. 6.
Hello? Oh, hi. It's James. I called half an hour ago, but Anne wasn't there. Is she there now?
7. 2.42. 1.
You have to wear a seatbelt in the car.
Do you have to work on Saturdays?
I had to wear a uniform at my elementary school.
I'll have to get up early tomorrow. My interview is at 9 o'clock.
2.
You must be on time tomorrow because there's a test.
You must remember to call Emily. It's her birthday.
3.
I love the Louvre. You have to go when you're in Paris.
You must see this movie. It's amazing.
2.43.
You don't have to pay. This museum is free.
You don't have to go to the party if you don't want to.
2.44.
You must not park here.
2.45.
You should take warm clothes with you to Quito. It might be cold at night.
You shouldn't drink so much coffee. It isn't good for you.
I think the government should do something about unemployment.
2.46.
Should.
Talk.
Wrong.
Listen.
Half.
Dishonest.
Knowledge.
Design.
Whole.
Rhythm.
Doubt.
Foreign.
Calm.
Island.
2.47. 1.
You must turn off your phone on a plane.
2.
You should only call him in an emergency.
3.
We have to leave at 11.
4.
You must not open other people's emails.
5.
You shouldn't talk loudly on a cell phone.
2.48.
I always thought that good manners were good manners wherever you were in the world. But that was until I met my boyfriend Jason, who is from Burma, also known as Myanmar. We met in upstate New York when we were both students in college. When we first got to know each other, we were always surrounded by a group of friends. I liked Jason because he was funny and kind, and I could tell he liked me, but we never spent any time alone. The first time I suggested that we hang out without our friends, he said no without an explanation, which I thought was kind of rude. My feelings were hurt, so I didn't talk to him as much. The next time I saw Jason in our big group, he was just as friendly and happy as usual. I was confused. Finally, I asked him why he wouldn't hang out with me. He apologized, and then he told me that in Burma, it's custom to date in a group situation. Since he had only been in the U.S. for a few years, he was still having trouble navigating the two cultures he lived in, the more reserved Burmese culture and the more open American culture. A few months later, after we started dating, I asked him why he never responded to my cute romantic Facebook posts with more than cool or thanks. It seemed weird to me that his responses weren't romantic. And honestly, I was a little jealous of the sweet posts my American friends' boyfriends left on their Facebook pages. But Jason told me in Burma, it's considered bragging to express your feelings in public, especially on a social networking site. He didn't want his family and friends to think he was bragging about his American girlfriend. From an American point of view, I thought he was being a bit cold. However, from a Burmese point of view, he was actually being respectful. As confused as I was about what's considered good and bad manners in Jason's culture, he felt the same way about American culture. He thought it was bad manners to refer to have a best friend, and he would argue with me whenever I called my friend Rachel my best friend. Jason said there is no such thing as a best friend in Burmese culture. There are only close friends. It would be inconsiderate to name one person as a best friend because your other friends would feel offended. Anyway, we've been together for 2 years, and we still have disagreements. But we've learned that as long as we're a couple, we'll never completely agree about whether our manners are good or bad, and that most importantly, it's okay to agree to disagree.
2.50 Christopher.
How do you get to work?
I take the subway every day. I take 2 trains. I live in Brooklyn. I take a train from Brooklyn to Washington Square, and then I switch to a train that takes me to Midtown Manhattan.
How long does it take?
It takes about 30 to 40 minutes.
What do you think is the best way to get around New York City?
I think subways are an excellent way to get around New York. They serve all 5 boroughs, and they're open 24 hours a day, so they're very convenient, and they don't get stuck in traffic.
Maria.
Do you think women are better than men with young children, or do you think that's just a stereotype?
I think women are, they're more natural with young children. They have a natural ability with them. They're better at sort of knowing what they need and perhaps knowing if they need hugs or food or things like that. And perhaps their manner is better with young children. I think men can do it, but perhaps it takes a bit more practice.
Harry.
Some new research says that men talk just as much as women. Do you think that's true?
Definitely think that's true. I would say that I know men who talk more than women talk. Especially in my family, it's the men who do most of the talking, especially repeating the same story time and time again.
Do you think men and women talk about different things?
Yes, I think they do talk about different things. I think they have different interests, and so they will try and control the conversation to topics that interest them rather than everyone else.
Skylar.
Is there anything you've tried to learn but failed?
I've always wanted to learn to paint very well, but I have never been very good at it, so it's not my thing.
Have you stopped trying?
I still paint for fun, but I'm not very good, so I just do it for leisure activity.
Christina.
Is there anything that people do with their phones that really annoys you?
Lots of things, but what really gets to me is when people are interacting with you, but they're looking at the phone at the same time, or, when you're having dinner, if they keep checking their phone, that bothers me.
American English File, 2nd edition, Student Book 3, by Christina Latham Koenig and Clive Oxenden, published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2014. CD 3. 3.2. Sports. People and places. 3.
Captain.
7.
Coach.
1.
Fans.
5.
Players.
2.
Referee. Umpire.
9.
Spectators. The crowd.
4.
Team.
8.
Stadium.
6.
Sports arena.
3.3. 1.
Tennis court. Basketball court.
2.
Soccer field. Baseball field.
3.
Swimming pool. Diving pool.
4.
Running track. Horse racing track.
5.
Golf course.
6.
Ski slope.
3.4. Verbs. A.
Beat. Beat. Beaten.
Win. Won. Won.
Lose. Lost. Lost.
Tie. Tied. Tied.
B. 1.
Costa Rica beat the U.S. 3-0.
2.
Costa Rica won the game 3-0.
3.
The Chicago Bulls lost 78-91 to the Boston Celtics.
4.
Spain tied with Brazil 2-2.
3.5. 1.
Professional sports people have to train every day.
2.
Don't play tennis on a wet court. You might get injured.
3.
A soccer player has to try to kick the ball into the goal.
4.
I've started going to the gym because I want to get in shape.
5.
Our new striker is going to score a lot of goals.
6.
Would you like to go swimming this afternoon?
7.
My brothers do yoga and Tai Chi.
8.
In basketball, players throw the ball to each other.
3.6.
Horse. Or. Court. For. Score. Shorts. Sport. Warm up.
Bird. Girl. Hurt. Serve. Shirt. World. Worse. Work out.
3.7. 1.
I got hurt working out at the gym.
2.
Her serve's worse than the other girls.
3.
It was a tie. The score was 4-4.
4.
It's the worst sport in the world.
5.
We warmed up on the court.
6.
They wore red shirts and white shorts.
3.8. Part 1.
What made you want to become a soccer referee or football referee, as you would call it?
Mi padre fue árbitro, pero eso no me influenció.
My father was a referee, but that didn't influence me. In fact, the opposite, because I saw all the problems that he had as a referee. But as a child, I was always attracted by the idea of being a referee, and at school I used to referee all kinds of sports: basketball, handball, volleyball, and of course football. I was invited to join the Referees Federation when I was only 14 years old.
Were you good at sports yourself?
Yes, I was a very good handball player. People often think that referees become referees because they are frustrated sportsmen, but this is just not true in most cases in my experience.
What was the most exciting match you ever refereed?
It's difficult to choose one match as the most exciting. I remember some of the Real Madrid-Barcelona matches, for example, the first one I ever refereed. The atmosphere was incredible in the stadium. But really, it's impossible to pick just one. There have been so many.
What was the worst experience you ever had as a referee?
The worst? Well, that was something that happened very early in my career. I was only 16, and I was refereeing a match in a town in Spain, and the home team lost. After the match, I was attacked and injured by the players of the home team and by the spectators. After all these years, I can still remember a mother who had a little baby in her arms who was trying to hit me. She was so angry with me that she nearly dropped her baby. That was my worst moment, and it nearly made me stop being a referee.
Do you think that there's more cheating in soccer than in the past?
Yes, I think so.
Why?
I think it's because there's so much money in football today that it's become much more important to win. Also, football is much faster than it used to be, so it's much more difficult for referees to detect cheating.
How do soccer players cheat?
Oh, there are many ways. But for me, the worst thing in football today is what we call simulation. Simulation is when a player pretends to have been fouled when in fact he hasn't. For example, sometimes a player falls over in the penalty area when in fact nobody has touched him. And this can result in the referee giving a penalty when it wasn't a penalty. In my opinion, when a player does this, he's cheating not only the referee, not only the players of the other team, but also the spectators, because spectators pay money to see a fair contest.
3.9. Part 2.
What's the most difficult thing about being a referee?
The most difficult thing is to make the right decisions during a match. It's difficult because you have to make decisions when everything's happening so quickly. Football today is very fast. You must remember that everything is happening at 100 kilometers an hour. Also, important decisions often depend on the referee's interpretation of the rules. Things aren't black and white. And of course, making decisions would be much easier if players didn't cheat.
Do you think that the idea of fair play doesn't exist anymore?
Not at all. I think fair play does exist. The players who cheat are the exceptions.
Finally, who do you think is the best player right now?
I think most people agree that the best footballer today is Leo Messi.
Why do you think he's so good?
It's hard to say what makes him so special, but a study was done on him which showed that Messi can run faster with the ball than many footballers can do without the ball. Apart from his great ability, what I also like about him is that he isn't the typical superstar footballer. You can see that he enjoys playing football, and he behaves in public and in his personal life in a very normal way. That's unusual when you think how famous he is. And what's more, he doesn't cheat. He doesn't need to.
3.10.
She was born in Seoul.
They got married last year.
On the way to Rome, we stopped in Florence for the night.
The plane didn't arrive on time.
What time did you get up this morning?
3.11. 1.
What were you doing at 6 o'clock last night?
2.
I was driving along the freeway when it started snowing.
3.
While I was doing the housework, the children were playing in the yard.
4.
It was a cold night and it was raining. I was watching TV in the living room.
3.12.
When they turned on the TV, the game had already finished.
As soon as I shut the door, I realized that I'd left my keys on the table.
We couldn't get a table in the restaurant because we hadn't booked one.
3.13.
It was a cold night, and it was raining. I was watching TV in the living room. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the door. I got up and opened the door, but there was nobody there. The person who had knocked on the door had disappeared.
3.15. Love at Exit 19. He was a toll booth collector, and she was a soprano who sang in Carnegie Hall. Their eyes met at Exit 19 of the New York State Thruway when he charged her 37 cents. The romance that followed was even less likely than the plot of an opera. Sonia Baker was a frequent commuter from her home in the suburbs to New York City. One day, when she was driving to an audition, she came off the thruway and stopped at the toll booth where Michael Fazio was working. She talked with him as she paid to go through and thought he was cute. For the next 3 months, they used to exchange a few words as she handed him the money, and he raised the barrier to let her pass. It was mostly, "What are you doing today? Where are you going?" she said. They learned more about each other. For example, that Sonia loved Puccini and Verdi, while Michael's love was the New York Yankees. But their conversation suddenly came to an end when Michael changed his working hours. "He used to work during the day," said Sonia, "but he changed to night shifts." Although Michael still looked out for Sonia's white Toyota Corolla, he did not see her again for 6 months. When Michael's working hours changed back to the day shift, he decided to put a traffic cone in front of his lane. He thought, "It will be like putting a candle in a window." Sonia saw it, and their romance started up again. "I almost crashed my car on various occasions," she said, trying to cross several lanes to get to his exit. Finally, she found the courage to give Michael a piece of paper with her phone number as she passed through the toll. Michael called her, and for their first date, they went to see the movie Cool Runnings, and then later they went to an opera, La Bohème, and to a Yankees game. They are now married and living in Kentucky, where Sonia is a voice and music professor at Murray State College, and Michael runs an activity center at a nursing home. It turned out that she had given him her number just in time. A short while later, she moved to New Jersey and stopped using the New York State Thruway. "I might never have seen him again," she said. 3.16. 1.
Sarah and I met in college when we were cast in the University of New Hampshire Theater Department's production of Susanna Centeliever's The Basset Table. We met on stage at the Hennessy Theater during the first play rehearsal. We became good friends, and I started walking her home after rehearsal ended on most nights. We fell in love and continued to date each other throughout college. After we graduated, we moved to Chicago together to start a small theater company. Once we decided to get married, we moved back to New Hampshire and had our ceremony on the stage in the Hennessy Theater where we first met.
2. Back in 2005, I was doing the online dating thing. But this is no online dating story. One morning, I received an email from a guy named Dan in Chicago. Apparently, he thought I was the perfect match for his friend Greg in Boston. I can't remember whether I was feeling really optimistic or really desperate that morning, but I agreed to email Greg. We exchanged a few emails, met, and got along really well. I thought it was amazing that Greg's friend was able to pick me out of thousands of women. Well, it turns out that Dan wasn't so amazing. He had actually emailed over 20 women for Greg on the dating site. So, To all of the women out there who didn't respond to Dan and take a chance on Greg, thank you. He is the love of my life, my husband, and soon-to-be father of my first child.
3.
Pete and I were both single, and we used to go to clubs together on Saturday night. But then he started going out with a girl who he had met at work. After a few weeks, he said to me, "Why don't you come out with us on Saturday? My girlfriend is going to bring one of her friends." To be honest, I wasn't all that enthusiastic about the idea. I'd never been on a blind date before, and I just couldn't imagine it would be a success. On the evening of the date, I was feeling very pessimistic, and I almost canceled. Pete and I had arranged to meet the girls in a club. We got to the club early, and I remember my friend saying, "Here they are now." I looked toward the door, and I thought, well, I really hope the girl on the right is my date. Fortunately, she was. The evening went really well, and 2 years later, we got married. Pete and his girlfriend got married too, and we're still good friends. We usually meet for dinner about once a month.
4.
I was born in Egypt to an Italian father and French mother, but we came to live in London in the early 60s when I was 20. I got a job in a bank, but I didn't have many friends. In those days, it used to be difficult to meet people if you were a foreigner. One evening, I went to a dance at a restaurant, and I saw this gorgeous 18-year-old girl get up from her table and start dancing. I thought I had nothing to lose, and I wrote her a note saying that I was standing by the window, and if she would agree to come out with me, could she please smile at me? I then left the note on her chair. When the music stopped, she went back to her chair, read the note, and smiled at me. That was how it all started. When we decided to get married, at first her mother was totally against the idea, mainly because I was a foreigner, and also I was 11 years older than Leslie. But little by little, she got to like me, and in the end, she treated me like a son.
3.17. 1.
I usually get up at 8 o'clock during the week.
I don't normally go out during the week.
Houses in the suburbs usually have yards.
Do you normally walk to work?
2.
We used to go to the beach for our vacations when I was a child.
He didn't used to do any exercise, but now he runs marathons.
I never used to like hockey, but I watch it every week now.
We used to be close friends, but we don't talk to each other anymore.
That building used to be a restaurant, but it closed down last year.
Did they used to live downtown?
Didn't you used to have long hair?
3.18. 1.
I used to live in Los Angeles.
2.
She didn't used to wear glasses.
3.
Where did you used to work before?
4.
They used to see each other a lot.
5.
Didn't you used to have a beard?
3.19. Relationships. People. 1.
Couple.
2.
Partner.
3.
Fiancé.
4.
Roommate.
5.
Colleague.
6.
Ex.
7,
Close friend.
8,
Classmate.
3.20 Verbs and verb phrases. 1,
I met Mark when I was studying at Boston University.
2,
We got to know each other quickly because we went to the same classes.
3,
We soon became friends, and we discovered that we had a lot in common. For example, we both liked art and music.
4,
We went out together in our second semester, and we fell in love.
5,
We were together for 2 years, but we argued a lot, and in our last semester of school, we broke up.
6,
After we graduated from college, we lost touch because I moved to Chicago and he stayed in Boston.
7,
5 years later, we got in touch again on Facebook. We were both still single, and Mark had moved to Chicago too.
8,
This time we got along better than before, maybe because we were older.
9,
After 2 months, Mark proposed, and I accepted.
10,
We got married last summer. A lot of our old college friends came to the wedding.
3.21
Busy.
Close.
Close.
Conversation.
Decision.
Discuss.
Eyes.
Friends.
Lose.
Music.
Pleasure.
Promise.
Raise.
School.
Somebody.
Sport.
Sugar.
Summer.
Sure.
Unusual.
Used to.
Usually.
Various.
3.22
Snake. S. Close. Conversation. Discuss. Promise. School. Somebody. Sport. Summer. Used to. Various.
Zebra. Z. Busy. Close. Eyes. Friends. Lose. Music. Raise.
Shower. Sh. Sugar. Sure.
Television. Zh. Decision. Pleasure. Unusual. Usually.
3.23
Hello and welcome to Forum, the program that asks you what you think about current topics. Today, Martha Park will be talking about the social networking site Facebook, how we use it, how much we like it or dislike it. So get ready to call us or text us and tell us what you think. The number, as always, is 555-4318. Martha.
Hello. Since Facebook was first launched in 2004, a lot of research has been done to find out what kind of people use it, what they use it for, and what effect it has on their lives. According to a recent study by consumer research specialist Intersperience, the average 22-year-old in Britain has over 1,000 online friends. In fact, 22 seems to be the age at which the number of friends peaks. It also appears that women have slightly more online friends than men. And another study from an American university shows that people who spend a lot of time on Facebook reading other people's posts tend to feel more dissatisfied with their own lives because they feel that everyone else is having a better time than they are. So, over to you. Do you use Facebook? How do you feel about it? Can you really have 1,000 friends? Are social networking sites making us unhappy? Call in and share your experiences.
3.24.
And our first caller is Young. Go ahead, Young.
Hi. Yeah, I use Facebook a lot every day. I think it's a great way to organize your social life and keep in touch with your friends. I have a lot of friends.
How many friends do you have, Young?
Right now, I have 1,042.
And how many of them do you know personally?
About half, maybe.
And what do you use Facebook for?
For me, it's a good way to get in touch with my friends without having to use the phone all the time. When I'm having a busy week at school, I can change my status so I can let my friends know I can't go out. That's a lot easier than wasting time telling people, "Sorry, I'm too busy to get together." It's just easier and quicker than using the phone.
Thanks, Young. We have another caller. It's Beth. Hello, Beth.
Hi. I don't use Facebook or any other social networking site.
Why's that, Beth?
Well, 2 reasons. First, I don't spend much time online. I play a lot of sports. I'm on a hockey team, so I meet my teammates almost every day, and we don't need to communicate on Facebook.
And the other reason?
I just don't really like the whole idea of social networking sites. I mean, why would I want to tell the whole world everything that I'm doing? I don't want to share my personal information with the world and become friends with people I don't even know. And I don't want to read what other people had for breakfast or lunch or dinner or what they're planning to do this weekend.
Thanks for that, Beth. Our next caller is Emma. It's your turn, Emma.
Hi, Emma.
Hi, Martha.
And do you use Facebook, Emma?
I use it once in a while, but not very much. I only really use it to keep up with friends who have moved abroad or live too far away for us to meet regularly. For example, one of my best friends recently moved to Canada, and we chat on Facebook. But I never add friends who are people I hardly know. I just can't understand those people who collect hundreds or even thousands of Facebook friends. I think it's just competition. People who want to make it seem that they're more popular than everybody else.
So you think the Facebook world is kind of unreal?
Absolutely. I think people write things and post photos of themselves just to show everyone they know what a fantastic time they're having and what exciting lives they lead. But they're probably just sitting at home in front of the computer all the time.
Thanks for that, Emma. We have time for one more caller before the news, and it's Ned. Hi, Ned. You'll have to be quick.
Hi, Ned.
Hi. When I started off with Facebook, I thought it was great, and I used it to communicate with close friends and with family, and I got back in touch with old friends from school. It was good because all the people I was friends with on Facebook were people I knew, and I was interested in what they were doing. But then I started adding friends, people I hardly knew who were friends of friends, people like that. In the end, I had more than 1,000, and it just became too much. It was just too many people leaving updates, writing messages on my wall. So last month, I decided to delete most of them. It took me about half an hour to delete, and in the end, the only people I left were actual, real-life friends and family, and old school friends. I got it down to 99. It was really liberating.
Thanks, Ned. And we'll be back after the news, so keep those calls coming.
3.25.
Monica?
Jenny!
Oh! Wow, how are you? You look great.
Thanks, Jenny. You look really good, too.
Hey, why don't we get some coffee?
I'd love to, but I'm on the way to meet... Oh, come on. 5 minutes.
So, how is everything?
Oh, great. Things couldn't be better, actually. Scott and I, we're getting married.
You're what? Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
When did you get engaged?
Only a few days ago. I'm glad I saw you, actually. I was going to call you. We've only told family so far.
I can't believe it. Monica the wife. And to think you used to go clubbing every night.
Well, that was a few years ago. All I want to do now is stay in and read wedding magazines.
And how are the plans coming along?
I haven't done anything yet. My mom and Scott's mom want to organize the whole thing themselves.
That's what mothers are for.
True. But what about you? You look fantastic.
Well, I guess I'm kind of happy too.
Uh-huh. What's his name?
Rob.
Oh, you've been keeping him very quiet. Is it serious?
It's kind of, you know.
So it is.
It's still early. We haven't been together for long. He only moved here from London a few months ago.
What? He's British? And you think you couldn't persuade him to stay in New York? That won't be easy.
I think he likes it here. You know how guys are. You never know what they're thinking.
When can I meet him?
That's him now.
$3.26.
Do you mind if I join you?
Of course not. Come on, sit down.
Thank you.
I have to leave in a minute anyway.
Could I have a large latte, please?
Of course.
Rob, this is Monica.
Nice to meet you, Rob.
You too, Monica. You know, Jenny talks about you a lot. And I've seen college photos of you two together at Jenny's parents' house.
Oh, of course you have. My dad's photos?
You've hardly changed at all.
What a nice man. I can see why you like him, Jenny. The perfect English gentleman.
Your latte.
Oh, thanks. Can you pass the sugar?
Sure. Oh, sorry, guys, but I have to go.
Oh, you sure I haven't interrupted anything?
Not at all. It's just that I have to meet someone. But let's get together very soon.
We will.
Bye, Rob. Nice meeting you.
Bye.
Bye. Talk soon.
She seems like a happy person.
She is. Especially right now. She's getting married.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah, it is. I guess we're at that age now, when most of our friends are settling down and getting married.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of friends, I want to ask you a favour. Is it okay if we change our plans a bit this week?
Sure. What's up?
I've just had a call from an old friend of mine, Paul. I haven't seen him since we were at university, and he's travelling around the States at the moment. Anyway, he's arriving in New York this evening, and I've invited him to stay for the week.
Cool. It'll be fun to meet one of your old friends. What's he like?
Oh, Paul's a laugh. He used to be a bit wild, but that was a long time ago. He's probably changed completely.
Well, I'm looking forward to meeting him.
Just one other thing. Could you do me a big favour? I have to work late this evening, so would you mind meeting him at the airport?
Not at all. I'd like to meet him.
And do you think you could take him to my flat? I'll give you the keys.
No problem, Rob.
Thanks so much, Jenny. You're a real star.
$3.27. Asking permission. 1.
Do you mind if I join you?
Of course not. Come on, sit down.
2.
Is it okay if we change our plans a bit this week?
Sure.
Requests. Asking someone to do something. 1.
Can you pass the sugar?
Sure.
2.
Could you do me a big favour? I have to work late this evening, so would you mind meeting him at the airport?
Not at all. I'd like to meet him.
3.
And do you think you could take him to my flat? I'll give you the keys.
No problem, Rob.
3.28.
Do you mind if I join you?
Of course not.
Is it okay if...
Sure.
Can you pass the sugar?
Sure.
Could you do me a big favour? Would you mind meeting him?
Not at all.
Do you think you could take him?
No problem.
3.29.
Hey, man.
Paul!
It's great to see you, mate.
You too, Paul. It's been years. You haven't changed at all.
Just got better looking.
How come you're so late?
Paul's flight from LA was delayed, and then the traffic coming back was just awful.
But that gave us time to get to know each other.
Yeah. Paul told me all about his travels. Every detail.
And look at this. Your own New York flat. How cool is that?
It's good. Really good. But do you want something to eat? I got some things on my way home.
Stay in? It's my first night in the Big Apple. Let's go out and have a pizza or something.
I thought you'd be tired after the flight.
No way, man. I'm ready for action.
Great. I'll get my jacket.
Rob, I think I'll go home if you don't mind. I'm exhausted.
Oh, okay then.
So it's a boys' night out.
Just like the old days.
And after the pizza, we can go on somewhere else. Rob, we've got a lot to talk about.
3.30.
Hey, man. It's great to see you, mate.
How come you're so late?
No way, man.
Rob, I think I'll go home if you don't mind.
Just like the old days.
Rob, we've got a lot to talk about.
3.31. 1.
A lot of movies are shot on location.
Our car is being repaired today.
Andy's bike has been stolen.
The director died when the movie was being made.
You'll be picked up at the airport by one of our staff.
This bill has to be paid tomorrow.
2.
Batman Begins was directed by Christopher Nolan.
3.32. 1.
The movie is based on a famous book.
2.
The house was built in the 16th century.
3.
The castle has been visited by thousands of tourists.
4.
The tower was designed by a famous architect.
5.
Where is it being filmed?
6.
Who was it written by?
3.33. Movies. Kinds of movies. 5.
An action movie.
3.
An animated movie.
12.
A comedy.
1.
A drama.
11.
A historical movie.
6.
A horror movie.
2.
A musical.
10.
A romantic comedy.
9.
A science fiction movie.
7.
A thriller.
4.
A war movie.
8.
A western.
3.34. People and things. 1.
Cast.
2.
Star.
3.
Soundtrack.
4.
Plot.
5.
Scene.
6.
Audience.
7.
Sequel.
8.
Special effects.
9.
Script.
10.
Extra.
11.
Subtitles.
12.
Review.
3.35. Verbs and phrases. 1. Be.
It was directed by Tate Taylor. He was the director.
2. D.
It was dubbed into other languages. The voices of foreign actors were used.
3. C.
Viola Davis played the part of Abilene Clark. This was her role in the movie.
4. A.
The movie is set in Mississippi in the U.S. during the 1960s. It was situated in that place at that time.
5. E.
It is based on the novel of the same name by Catherine Stockett. It was an adaptation of the book.
6. F.
It was shot on location in Greenwood, Mississippi. It was filmed in the real place, not in a studio.
3.36.
So tell me, how did you get involved in the movie, Dagmara?
Well, as you probably know, Schindler's List was shot in Krakow, in Poland, which is where I live. I was a university student at the time, studying English. And the film company set up their production office here 3 months before they started shooting the film, and I got a job there as a production assistant, preparing and translating documents and the script.
But how did you get the job as Steven Spielberg's interpreter?
Well, it was a complete coincidence. Just before the shooting started, there was a big party in one of the hotels in Krakow for all the actors and the film crew, and I was invited too. When I arrived at the party, the Polish producer of the film came up to me and said, "The woman who was going to interpret for Steven Spielberg can't come, so we need you to interpret his opening speech."
How did you feel about that?
I couldn't believe it. I was just a student. I had no experience of interpreting, and now I was going to speak in front of hundreds of people. I was so nervous that I drank a couple of glasses of champagne to give myself courage. I must have done a pretty good job, though, because soon afterwards, Spielberg came up to me to say thank you, and then he said, "I'd like you to be my interpreter for the whole film." I was so stunned, I had to pinch myself to believe that this was happening to me.
3.37.
So what exactly did you have to do?
I had to go to the film set every day and translate Spielberg's instructions to the Polish actors and also to the extras. I had to make them understand what he wanted them to do. It was really exciting, and I often felt as if I was a director myself.
So was it a difficult job?
Sometimes it was really hard. The worst thing was when we had to shoot a scene again and again because Spielberg thought it wasn't exactly right. Some scenes were repeated as many as 16 times, and then sometimes I would think that maybe it was my fault, that I hadn't translated properly what he wanted, so I'd get really nervous. I remember one scene with lots of actors in it, which we just couldn't get right, and Spielberg started shouting at me because he was stressed. Eventually, we got it right, and then he apologized, and I cried a little because I was also very stressed. And after that, it was all right again.
So, was Spielberg difficult to work with?
Not at all. I mean, he was very demanding. I had to do my best every day, but he was really nice to me. I felt he treated me like a daughter. For instance, he was always making sure that I wasn't cold. It was freezing on the set most of the time. And he would make sure that I had a warm coat and gloves and things.
Did you ever get to be an extra?
Yes, twice. I was going to be in 2 party scenes, and I got to wear beautiful long dresses and high heels. Unfortunately, one scene didn't make it to the final cut of the film, and before we started shooting the other one, I tripped walking down some stairs and twisted my ankle really badly. I was in so much pain that I couldn't take part in the filming. And that was the end of my acting career. I still have the photos of me looking like a girl from the 40s, though.
Have you ever worked with Spielberg again?
Yes. A year later, he invited me to interpret for him again, this time during the premiere of Schindler's List in Poland, which was broadcast live on national television. Before that, he had also asked me to come to work as a production assistant on his next movie in Hollywood. I was very tempted and thought really hard about it, but I hadn't finished my studies yet, and all my family and friends were in Poland, so in the end, I decided not to go.
Do you regret it?
Not at all. I had my moment, and it was unforgettable, but that was it.
$3.38.
Okay, ladies. Now, can you describe the man you saw in the bank?
Well, he was, kind of tall. You know, he had very long legs and very skinny, thin.
Yes, very narrow shoulders, and he had a beard and a little mustache.
No, he didn't. He had a mustache, but not a beard. It's just that I think he hadn't shaved.
No, it was a beard, I'm sure.
And anyway, Doris, you weren't wearing your glasses, so you can't have seen him very well.
I could see perfectly well.
Ladies, please. So, no mustache then?
No, he had a mustache, but he didn't have a beard.
And what about his hair?
Dark.
Yes, short, dark hair.
Straight?
No, curly, I'd say. Wouldn't you say, Doris?
Yes, very curly.
So, dark, curly hair?
Yes, that's what we said. Are you deaf or something?
What about his eyes? Did you notice what color they were?
Brown eyes, nothing special, and very small. But he had a big nose.
Yes, a very big nose.
And what time was it when you saw this man?
3.39. The body. Parts of the body. 6.
Arms.
8.
Back.
16.
Ears.
13.
Eyes.
9.
Face.
7.
Feet.
14.
Fingers.
5.
Hands.
2.
Head.
19.
Knees.
17.
Legs.
20.
Lips.
1,
Mouth.
4,
Neck.
18,
Nose.
12,
Shoulders.
10,
Stomach.
11,
Teeth.
3,
Toes.
15,
Tongue.
3.40 Verbs related to the body. 1,
Don't be scared of the dog. He won't bite.
2,
Jason kicked the ball too hard, and it went over the wall into the next yard.
3,
Don't throw stones. You might hit somebody.
4,
Something smells delicious. Are you making a cake?
5,
The stranger stared at me for a long time, but he didn't say anything.
6,
Can you taste the rice? I'm not sure if it's cooked yet.
7,
My dad whistled a tune as he raked the leaves.
8,
Don't touch the oven door. It's really hot.
9,
The audience clapped when I finished singing.
10,
The teacher suddenly pointed at me and said, "What's the answer?"
11,
In Russia, if you smile at strangers, people think you're crazy.
12,
Everybody nodded in agreement when I explained my idea.
3.41 1,
Bike. I.
2,
Train. A.
3,
Phone. O.
4,
Owl. Ow.
5,
Boy. Oi.
3.42 1,
Bike. I. Bite. Eyes. Smile.
2,
Train. A. Face. Taste.
3,
Phone. O. Nose. Shoulders. Throw. Toes.
4,
Owl. Ow. Mouth. Outgoing.
5,
Boy. Oi. Pointy. Voice.
3.44
Tony's phone is turned off. He might be on the plane now or just boarding.
Laura might not like that skirt. It's not really her style.
I don't know where Kate is. She may be at work or at the gym.
I'm surprised that Ted isn't here. He may not know that the meeting is today.
3.45
Brandon can't earn much money at his job. He's still living with his parents.
That woman can't be Jack's wife. Jack's wife has dark hair.
3.46
The neighbors must be out. There aren't any lights on in the house.
Your sister must have a lot of money if she drives a Porsche.
3.47
A few months ago, I was with a Vietnamese friend of mine named Nhi in California, and we were driving around the West Hollywood area, which is a pretty famous part of Los Angeles. You know, the Sunset Strip, Melrose Avenue, lots of cool shops and restaurants, and lots of movie stars. Anyway, it was a hot, sunny day, and we were thirsty, so we stopped at a cafe for a cold drink and a snack. So, we sat down at an outside table waiting for the server when we saw a man walking toward us. He was wearing a crazy combination of clothing, and he kind of looked like a mess. He had a beard, long messy brown hair, and he was wearing a winter hat in the middle of summer. Nee said, "Oh, look at that poor man. He must be homeless. He looks like he hasn't taken a shower for some time. He's also really thin. He must be hungry. Should I give him some money?" She started to look in her bag for some money, but I looked at him again and just said, "Don't." She couldn't understand why I didn't want her to give the man some money, and she thought I was being very mean and unfriendly.
3.48.
When the man had gone past, I said, "Nee, that man isn't homeless. He's Russell Brand, the British comedian and actor. He's one of the funniest people in show business, and he definitely isn't homeless. He has a house in the Hollywood Hills and an apartment in New York City. And he definitely doesn't need any money. He just enjoys wearing comfortable, old, mismatched clothing. In fact, Russell Brand often talks to the homeless people he sees on the streets and gives them money or buys them food. Even though he looks a little messy and scary, he's actually a very kind person." Nee was really surprised. She said that she thought all U.S. celebrities dressed in designer clothes and had perfect hair and makeup all the time. I told her that in the U.S., you can't always judge people by their appearance. A lot of people, even famous celebrities, like to dress in old, mismatched clothing because it's comfortable and it helps them blend in with the crowd better so they can go quietly about their business.
3.49. Andrew.
Do you prefer playing sports or watching them?
I prefer playing sports rather than watching them.
What sports do you play?
I play soccer, basketball, lacrosse, volleyball, frisbee, golf, anything really.
What sports do you like watching the most?
I prefer playing sports to watching it, but if I am watching sports, I like soccer or women's volleyball.
Why?
They're very interesting team sports.
Adrian.
Do you know anyone who has gone out with someone they met on the internet?
Yes, I do. I know of a couple of people.
How did it work out?
One person, an old friend of mine, it didn't work out that well because the person, I think, looked better on the internet than they did in real life. And the second person, I think they went on and got married, so I think it can work well.
Ryder.
Have you ever cheated on an exam?
Yes, many.
How did you cheat?
Oh, I've used all different types of techniques. Sometimes I've written things on my palm. Other times I've just put a book on my lap. Sometimes I've put answers on my cell phone. But it was only for subjects that I really didn't like, and I knew that would never have anything to do with my career. So I didn't feel bad about cheating on a math test.
Were you caught?
I don't think I've ever been caught, no. I'm really good at it.
Helen.
What's your favorite movie of all time?
My favourite film is Dirty Dancing.
How many times have you seen it?
Probably about 25.
Why do you like it so much?
Because it has romance, it has dancing, which I like, and it has nice, good-looking men.
Rebecca.
Do you have a profile picture?
I do, yes.
What is it?
It's a photo of me and my 4 siblings at my sister's wedding a few weeks ago making silly faces.
Why did you choose it?
I chose it because I think it really captures the sense of fun my siblings and I have together and the way we like to be silly and goof off.
4.2. 1.
History.
2,
Geography.
3,
Literature.
4,
Information technology.
5,
Physics.
6,
Math.
7,
Biology.
8,
Chemistry.
4.3 Education. The school system in the U.S. and the U.K. In the U.S.,
Many children start their education between the ages of 2 and 4 in preschool. Once a child turns 5, he or she enters the U.S. school system, which is divided into 3 levels: elementary school, middle school, sometimes called junior high school, and high school. In almost all schools at these levels, children are divided by age groups into grades. The youngest children begin in kindergarten, followed by first grade, and continue until 12th grade, the final year of high school. The school year is divided into 2 semesters. Most U.S. schools, about 75%, are public schools, which means they are supported by U.S. tax dollars and education is free. The other 25% are private schools, where parents have to pay. Many of these schools are religious schools, where the teachers may be priests or nuns. If you want to go to college, you have to apply. Admission depends on high school grades, college aptitude test scores, and extracurricular activities. A person who has completed college and has earned a degree is called a college graduate.
4.4 In the UK,
Children start primary school when they are 5. Before that, many children go to nursery school. From 11 to 18, children go to secondary school. Some children go to boarding schools, where they study, eat, and sleep. School children are usually called pupils, not students, which only refers to people who are at university. And the person who is in charge of a school is called the head teacher. The school year is divided into 3 terms. Higher education is often called university.
4.5 Verbs. 1,
Discipline is very strict in our school. If students behave badly, for example, if they cheat on an exam, they will probably be punished and might even be suspended.
2,
Mark has to take an important English exam next week. He hopes he'll pass, but he hasn't had much time to study, so he's worried that he might fail.
4.6 Boot. Rude. Rules. Student. True.
Up. Lunch. None. Study. Subject.
Bull. Full. Put.
You. Future. Music. Uniform. University.
4.7 1,
What subjects did you study in high school?
2,
Do students at your school wear uniforms?
3,
Most students have lunch in the cafeteria.
4,
I usually get good grades on my music exams.
4.8 Part 1
Gareth had only 8 weeks for the experiment, during which time he would be teaching 3 days a week. His aim was to try to improve the boy's reading age by 6 months. On the other 2 days, the boys would have normal classes with the girls. His plan was based on his own experience of being a learner and from talking to educational experts. He had 3 main principles. First, that it was essential to make the work feel like play. "If I can do that, the boys will learn," said Gareth. The second principle was competition. Gareth says, "Boys absolutely love competition. It has gone out of fashion in many schools, but I think it's really important. Boys have to learn to lose and to fail and to come back from that. If you've never done that until you go for your first job interview and don't get the job, then you've got a problem." The third thing Gareth thought was important was to allow boys to take risks. All kinds of risks. Not just physical risks like climbing trees, but doing things like acting in front of other people. Doing things that are a little scary, but that are very motivating if you manage to do them.
4.9 Part 2
When Gareth started, he made some changes to the way the children were learning. The boys spent a lot of time outside, and they had PE, physical education, every day before regular classes began. They even made their own outdoor classroom. Gareth also tried to involve the boys' parents as much as possible in their education, and he visited them at their homes on several occasions. Gareth set up 3 major activities for the boys to help improve their language skills. The first activity was a school debating competition against the girls. The topic that the children had to debate was computer games should be banned. When they started to prepare for the debate, the boys weren't very enthusiastic. But soon, they started to get more involved. In the end, the girls won the debate, but the boys had learned to argue and make points to express themselves better. They were disappointed not to have won, but they wanted to do it again. Next, Gareth organized a Reading World Cup, where the boys had to read in teams. Some of the boys couldn't read very well, but they all got very excited about the World Cup and became much more enthusiastic readers. There was a prize for the winners, and this really motivated the boys. Finally, the boys, working with the girls, had to write their own play and perform it at the local theatre. The play they wrote was about Romans and aliens. All the children, boys and girls, worked really hard, and although some of them felt very nervous before they performed the play, it was a great success, and the boys especially were thrilled. Gareth said afterwards, "It was a risk, and it was scary, but it was good scary."
4.10 Part 3
The boys had a great time with Gareth as their teacher, but at the end of the 8 weeks, had their reading really improved? In the last week of the quarter, they had to take their national reading exams. The exams were independently marked, and when the results were announced, the boys had made great progress. All of them had improved by 6 months, and some of them had advanced the equivalent of 2 years in just 8 weeks.
4.11
What test did you take?
I just took the main parts of the SAT, the Scholastic Aptitude Test. The critical reading, math, and writing parts.
Do you think you did well?
I'm pretty sure I did okay, but I'm worried about what scores I'll get.
Why?
Because I want to be a doctor, and I want to get into a pre-med program at one of the big universities, like maybe the University of California. They probably won't admit me unless I get a 2100 or higher.
Do you think you'll get them?
I don't know. I think I did okay, but I'm a little worried about math.
When will you get your results?
They'll go online next week. Believe me, as soon as they're online, I'll look up my scores.
And how will you celebrate if you get high scores?
I don't want to plan any celebrations until I get the results.
What will you do if you don't get the scores you need?
I don't want to think about it. If I don't get into a good college, my parents will kill me. No, I'm joking. I suppose I could apply to some schools that don't require such high scores.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
4.12.
What exam did you take?
The TOEFL. That's the test of English as a foreign language.
Was it difficult?
Well, not really, but I need at least 550 to get into a college. One of the schools I've applied to requires 640.
Do you think you'll get it?
I think so. I'm optimistic. I think I did pretty well.
When will you get the results?
When they score the tests, they'll mail the results. It takes about 6 or 7 weeks.
How will you celebrate if you get a high score?
I'll go out for dinner with my girlfriend.
And what will you do if you don't get a high enough score? Will you continue studying English?
Yes, of course. I need it. I'll continue studying and I'll take the test again in June.
Good luck.
4.13. 1.
They probably won't admit me unless I get a 2100.
2.
As soon as they're online, I'll look up my scores.
3.
I don't want to plan any celebrations until I get the results.
4.
If I don't get into a good college, my parents will kill me.
5.
When they score the tests, they'll mail the results.
4.14.
Olivia, I can see from your face that the results, weren't exactly what you wanted. Am I right?
Yeah. I got a 700 on critical reading, but only 620 on math.
So what are you going to do now?
Well, my reading score was pretty good, so I'm going to wait and see if one of the universities I want will still accept me. If not, I'll try to find other schools that will take me.
Were your parents angry?
No, they've been really nice about it. They know how disappointed I am. Besides, it's not like my scores were really bad.
Well, Woo-sung, how did you do?
I got a 650. I'm really happy. It's even better than I expected.
So have you booked the restaurant?
Yes. Well, my girlfriend has. We're going to my favorite place, and I'm really looking forward to it.
4.15. 1.
If you work hard, you'll pass your exams.
The boss won't be very happy if we're late for the meeting.
2.
Come and see us next week if you have time.
3.
Allison won't get into college unless she gets good grades.
I won't go unless you go too.
4.16.
As soon as you get your test scores, call me.
We'll have dinner when your father gets home.
I won't go to bed until you come home.
I'll have a quick lunch before I leave.
After I graduate from college, I'll probably take a year off and travel.
4.17. 1.
If I had a job, I'd get my own apartment.
If David spoke good English, he could get a job in that new hotel.
I would get along better with my parents if I didn't live with them.
I wouldn't do that job unless they paid me a really good salary.
2.
If your sister were here, she'd know what to do.
If it was warmer, we could take a swim.
3.
If I were you, I'd buy a new computer.
4.18. 1.
If I lived on my own, I'd have to pay rent.
2.
Would you leave home if you got a job?
3.
Even if I could afford it, I wouldn't move out.
4.
If it were my apartment, I'd be happy to do the cleaning.
5.
I'd get along better with my parents if I didn't live at home.
4.19. Houses. Where people live. 1.
I live in the country, surrounded by fields.
2.
I live on the outskirts of Boston, about 5 miles from the center of the city.
3.
I live in a village.
4.
I live in Del Mar, a small town on the West Coast.
5.
I live on the second floor of a large apartment building.
6.
I live in Littleton, a suburb of Denver, about 11 miles from the center of the city.
4.20. Parts of a house or an apartment building. An apartment building. 2.
Balcony.
5.
Basement.
3.
Entrance.
4.
First floor.
1.
Top floor.
A house. 1.
Chimney.
3.
Deck. Patio.
7.
Gate.
2.
Roof.
4.
Steps.
5.
Walkway.
6.
Wall.
4.21. Describing a house or an apartment. 2.
I live in a cabin in the woods. It's old and made of logs. The rooms have very low ceilings. There's a fireplace in the living room, and it's very cozy in the winter.
1.
I live in a modern apartment in the city. It's spacious and very light, with wood floors and big windows.
4.22.
In 1885, Tchaikovsky wrote to a friend, "These days I dream of settling in a village not far from Moscow where I can feel at home." First, he rented a small house in the village of Maydenovo. But Maydenovo was too full of tourists in the summer, and Tchaikovsky had too many visitors, when what he wanted was peace and quiet. Eventually, he found the perfect house in the small town of Klin. It was 52 miles northwest of Moscow, and he lived there until his death on November 6, 1893. It is the place where he wrote his last major work, Symphony No. 6, or the Pathétique as it's sometimes called. It's a gray wooden house with a green roof. Tchaikovsky's servant Alexei lived on the first floor, and the kitchen and dining room were on the second floor. Tchaikovsky himself lived on the third floor. The living room and study, where his piano is located, is the largest room in the house, and there is a fireplace and a bookcase with his music books. His writing desk, where he wrote letters every morning after breakfast, is at the end of the room. But the place where he composed music was in his bedroom, on a plain, unpainted table overlooking the yard. In his final years, Tchaikovsky's great love was his yard. It was not a neat English-style garden, but more like a forest. He adored flowers, particularly lilies of the valley, and after his death, his brother Modest, who had decided to turn the house into a museum, planted thousands of lilies of the valley around the yard. In 1917, after the Bolshevik Revolution, an anarchist named Doroshenko lived there with his family. People say that he fired shots at the portrait of Pope Innocent hanging in one of the bedrooms. He was finally arrested in April, and the house became the property of the state. Since 1958, the winners of the annual International Tchaikovsky Competition have all been invited to come to Klin to play his piano. And there is a tradition that each musician plants a tree in his yard, in the hope that, like his music, it will remain beautiful forever.
(4.23) 1.
My dream house would be in one of our national parks like Yellowstone or Redwood. It would be totally green. I'd have solar panels and wind turbines, and I'd collect rainwater. The house would be made of wood and would be heated by wood fires. I would try to live off the land as much as possible, and I'd plant vegetables and fruit, and maybe have chickens. It would all be organic, with no pesticides or anything like that.
2.
My dream house would be in Paris. It would be on the top floor of an old apartment building, and I'd have a view of the Eiffel Tower or Notre Dame. It would be full of furniture that I'd found in antique shops, places like that, and amazing paintings, one of which would turn out to be an undiscovered Picasso or Matisse. There would be a beautiful old dining table and chairs for candlelit dinners. Then all I'd need would be the right person to share it with.
3.
My dream house would be an apartment in Soho in New York City. It wouldn't be too big. It'd just have a couple of bedrooms and a huge living room with a home theater. It would be very modern and incredibly practical, with things like automatic temperature control, a kitchen with all the latest gadgets, and if possible, a stove that would produce amazing meals on its own. I'm a lazy kind of guy.
4.
If I had to choose where to live, I'd choose Hawaii. So my dream house would be made of glass with the most amazing view of the beach from every room in the house. And it would have indoor and outdoor pools, and maybe a tennis court. I'm really into sports. It would also have a big indoor aquarium. There's something so peaceful about looking at fish, and fabulous bathrooms, of course.
4.24 1.
It would be totally green.
2.
There would be a beautiful old dining table.
3.
It wouldn't be too big.
4.
It would have indoor and outdoor pools.
4.26
Oh, bad luck, mate.
Yes. Nice shot.
I've had years of practice.
You used to play pool a lot at university.
You did too?
Yeah. I don't really have the time anymore.
Or anybody to play with.
Oof.
So, what do you do in your free time?
The magazine keeps me pretty busy. And when I'm free, I'm usually with Jenny.
Your turn. Don't blow it.
What is it?
I was just thinking about you.
What about me?
Do you remember the great times we had at uni? You had such crazy hair. The last time I saw you, it was blonde.
Don't remind me.
Those were the days. Look at you now with your girlfriend and your 9-to-5 job. If you don't come back to London soon, you'll become an all-American boy.
Oh, come off it.
It's true. I mean, just look at that shirt.
What's wrong with my shirt?
You look like a businessman. Did you buy it?
Me? No, it was a present from Jenny.
I thought so.
What does that mean?
Well, it's Jenny's taste.
Yes, and I really like it.
Jenny seems to know what she wants, and she probably gets it.
That's one of the things I like about her. Oh, terrible.
You said it.
Sorry, Paul. We've got to go.
Oh, come on, Rob. We haven't even finished the game.
Another time. Jenny's waiting for us.
Jenny. Right.
.27.
Oh, yeah. That was good. So, what should we do now?
What do you want to do?
Well, I haven't been on a dance floor for weeks now. I've got to move my body. Let's go dancing.
I'm going running in the morning. Why don't you join me?
No, thanks. I'm not very keen on running. But I've read about this place called Deep Space where they play great music. We could go there.
A club?
Don't you feel like dancing?
Not on a Wednesday night. How about going to the late show at MoMA?
MoMA? What's that?
MoMA? It's the Museum of Modern Art. There's a Kandinsky exhibition.
That isn't exactly my idea of a great night out.
What about staying in and watching a movie on TV?
I'm in New York. I can watch TV anywhere. Oh.
Who's that?
Oh, it's a text from Kerry. She's doing a gig at the Bowery Ballroom.
Kerry who?
Kerry Johnson. I interviewed her last week.
Kerry Johnson? I've seen her play live. She's cool. Do you like her, Jenny?
I have to admit, I'm not crazy about her music. Or her, for that matter.
I didn't think so. So, shall we go there?
Why not? Actually, Kerry's staying very near here, and she doesn't know New York very well. We could meet her outside and go together.
That's a great idea.
I'll send her a text.
I think I might have an early night. You two can go on your own.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Of course she doesn't mind.
No, Rob, it's fine. I have another busy day tomorrow. You do too, actually.
I know, we're meeting Dawn. I haven't forgotten. Oh. Ah, it's Kerry. She's on her way now.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Hello?
Hi, Monica. It's not too late to call, is it?
Jenny! No, why? Are you okay?
I need to talk.
Can you come over? Why don't you take a cab?
Okay, thanks.
.28. 1.
What shall we do now?
What do you want to do?
Well, I haven't been on a dance floor for weeks now. I've got to move my body. Let's go dancing.
2.
I'm going running in the morning. Why don't you join me?
No thanks. I'm not very keen on running. But I've read about this place called Deep Space where they play great music. We could go there.
3.
How about going to the late show at MoMA?
MoMA? What's that?
4.
What about staying in and watching a movie on TV?
I'm in New York. I can watch TV anywhere.
5.
I didn't think so. So shall we go there?
Why not?
6.
We could meet her outside and go together.
That's a great idea.
4.29.
What shall we do now? Let's go dancing.
Why don't you join me?
No thanks. I'm not very keen on running. We could go there.
How about going to the Late Show? What about staying in?
Shall we go there?
Why not? We could meet her outside.
That's a great idea.
$4.30.
Rob?
Hi, Jenny.
Are you okay? Where are you anyway?
I'm at home. I'm feeling terrible. We got back really late last night.
Now, why doesn't that surprise me? You know, you're not a student anymore.
I know. There was a party after the gig. Kerry invited us, and of course, Paul said yes.
And this morning's meeting? In 10 minutes?
That's why I'm calling. I'm not going to make it. I'm really sorry.
Rob, it's a very important meeting. I'll cover for you this time, but I won't be able to do it again.
It won't happen again, I promise. Anyway, Paul's leaving.
He's leaving?
That's right. He's off to Boston this afternoon.
Maybe that's a good thing. I mean, it's not that I don't like Paul, but...
I know.
I have to go. Talk to you later.
Jenny, have you seen Rob? I wanted to have a word with him before the meeting, and he isn't even here.
I know. He just called to say he can't make it.
He what?
I was with him last night. He wasn't feeling very well. But it's okay. He told me everything I need to know for the meeting.
Oh. Okay, then.
You know, Rob, he's such a professional.
$4.31.
Where are you anyway?
That's why I'm calling. I'm not going to make it. It won't happen again. He's off to Boston this afternoon.
I mean, it's not that I don't like Paul, but...
I wanted to have a word with him before the meeting.
He's such a professional.
$4.32.
We're talking about great new shopping websites, and I think we have time for one more. Janice, can you tell us about it?
Well, it's called neverlikedItanyway.com. It's a very creative name for a website, as you'll hear. This site was the idea of an American woman named Annabelle Acton. She was living in New York City with her boyfriend, who was English. He had invited her to travel to London with him at Christmas to meet his family. But 5 days before Christmas, they broke up. Now, unlike some of us, Annabelle didn't want to sit around crying and eating ice cream. She wanted to do something positive.
So what gave her the idea for the website?
Well, after the breakup, Annabelle was left with a plane ticket to London that she didn't need. She also had jewelry that she didn't want anymore, and she had tickets to a concert that she didn't want to go to without her boyfriend. She also had paintings that they had bought together that she didn't want on her wall anymore. She didn't want any of these things herself, but she thought someone somewhere would probably like to buy them. And that's what gave her the idea to set up the website.
What exactly is it?
Well, it's a website where people who have just broken up with a partner can sell presents and other things that they don't want anymore. Maybe because they remind them of their ex. Or maybe, as the name suggests, because they never liked these things anyway. And the idea, which I think is genius, is that they also tell the personal story behind the thing they're selling. Annabelle calls it sell and tell.
What kinds of things do people sell on the website?
Oh, everything. From something as small as a teddy bear to really expensive things like an engagement ring or a vacation. To give you an idea, today on the site, one seller is offering a 3-day honeymoon package at a luxury hotel in New York City, and a woman is selling her ex-boyfriend's car. And they're selling all these things at very good prices. So on Never Liked It Anyway, you can get a bargain and also help someone who's going through a breakup.
Thanks, Janice. And that's all we have time for today.
4.33.
I like traveling.
She said that she liked traveling. I'm leaving tomorrow.
He told her that he was leaving the next day.
I'll always love you.
He said that he would always love me. I passed the exam.
She told me that she had passed the exam. I've forgotten my keys.
He said that he had forgotten his keys. I can't come.
She said that she couldn't come. I may be late.
He said that he might be late. I must go.
She said that she had to go.
4.34.
Are you married?
She asked him if he was married. Did she call?
He asked me whether she had called. What's your name? I asked him what his name was.
Where do you live?
He asked me where I lived.
4.35.
Do you usually go shopping on the weekend? What kinds of things do you buy? Did you go shopping last Saturday? What's the next thing you're going to buy?
4.36.
Train. A. Complain. Email. Obtain. Paid. Painting.
Chair. Air. Airline. Fare. Hairdresser. Repair.
Computer. Bargain. Captain. Villain.
4.37. 1.
I'm going to write an email to the airline to complain.
2.
She said that she had to pay for the repairs.
3.
The captain found a bargain at the sale.
4.
The villain in the story stole the painting from the old woman.
4.38. Word building. Making nouns from verbs. 1,
compensation, demonstration, explanation.
2,
achievement, agreement, argument, attachment, payment.
3,
choice, complaint, delivery, loss, response, sale, success.
4.39. 1,
Have you ever opened an attachment on an email that contained a virus?
2,
Do you often have arguments with your family? What about?
3,
Do you prefer reading grammar explanations in your own language, or do you think it's better to read them in English?
4,
Have you ever made a complaint to a company and gotten compensation?
5,
Do you think that there's too much choice when you're shopping, for example, for a new phone?
6,
Have you ever been in a demonstration? What were you protesting about?
4.40. 1,
I was at Sydney Airport in Australia, and I got a taxi to take me to the hotel. A few minutes after he'd left the airport, the taxi driver said that his meter was broken, but that he would charge me $50, which was what he said the trip usually cost. It was my first time in Sydney, and of course, I didn't have a clue what the usual fare was, so I just said okay. But later, when I was checking into the hotel, I asked the receptionist what the usual taxi fare was from the airport, and she said about $35. I was really annoyed, and I sent an email to the taxi company, but I never got a reply.
2,
I was traveling in the UK. It was a work trip, and I knew that I was going to have to answer a lot of emails during that time. So I booked a hotel in Liverpool where they advertised Wi-Fi in all the rooms. When I arrived, it turned out the hotel charged £16 for 24 hours of Wi-Fi, which is about the same as I pay for a month of internet at home. I complained to the man at reception, but all he said was that I could use the Wi-Fi in the lobby, which was free. I wasn't very happy about it. Hotels used to make a lot of money from customers by charging a ridiculous amount for phone calls. Now that everybody uses their cell phones to make phone calls, some hotels now charge a ridiculous amount for Wi-Fi.
3,
I was in an Italian restaurant in New York City recently, and I ordered manicotti, which is a kind of pasta, a little like cannelloni, and it's filled with cheese and served with tomato sauce. Well, when it arrived, the tomato sauce was really hot, but the pasta and the filling were cold. It was like they were still frozen. Anyway, I called the waitress, and she said that it couldn't be cold. So I said, "Sorry, it is cold. Do you want to try it?" So she took it back to the kitchen, and later the manager came out and apologized. And when I finally got the dish, it was good, hot all the way through. But I'd had to wait a long time for it. But later the manager came out again and offered me a free dessert. So I had a delicious tiramisu for free.
4.41.
Claire worked for a marketing company.
She had to work very hard and work overtime.
She made a good salary, but she didn't like her boss.
They had an argument, and Claire was fired.
She was unemployed and had to look for a job.
She applied for a lot of jobs and sent in resumes.
She had some interviews, but didn't get the jobs.
She decided to set up an online business selling birthday cakes.
Her business is doing very well. Claire is a success.
4.42 Work. Verb phrases. 1.
Dan has to work a lot of overtime. He has to work extra hours.
2.
Matt got promoted last week. He was given a more important job.
3.
Most nurses have to work shifts. Sometimes they work during the day and sometimes at night.
4.
A man in our department was fired yesterday. He lost his job because of poor performance.
5.
Colin was downsized last month. He lost his job because the company didn't need him anymore.
6.
The politician is going to resign. He has decided to leave his job.
7.
Lillian is going to retire next month. She's 65 and she's going to stop working.
8.
Angela has set up a business to sell clothes online. She had the idea and has started doing it.
9.
Everyone in the office has to take a training course. They need to learn how to use the new software.
10.
She applied for a job. She replied to an advertisement and sent in her resume.
4.43 Saying what you do. A. 1.
I'm unemployed.
2.
He's self-employed.
3.
She's well qualified.
4.
It's a temporary job.
5.
It's a part-time job.
B. 1.
I work for a multinational company.
2.
I'm in charge of the marketing department.
3.
I'm responsible for customer loans.
4.
I'm in school.
5.
I'm in my 3rd year.
4.44 Word building. A. 1.
Promote. Promotion.
2.
Apply. Application.
3.
Retire. Retirement.
4.
Employ. Employment.
5.
Qualify. Qualification.
6.
Resign. Resignation.
B. 1.
Science. Scientist.
2.
Law. Lawyer.
3.
Music. Musician.
4.
Pharmacy. Pharmacist.
5.
Farm. Farmer.
6.
Translate. Translator.
4.45 1.
Apply.
2.
Salary.
3.
Downsize.
4.
Experience.
5.
Overtime.
6.
Permanent.
7.
Qualifications.
8.
Resign.
9,
Retire.
10,
Temporary.
4.46. 1,
I'm not very good at remembering names.
Katie's given up eating junk food.
2,
Driving at night is very tiring.
Shopping is my favorite thing to do on weekends.
3,
I hate not being on time for things.
I don't mind getting up early.
4.47. 1,
My apartment is very easy to find.
2,
Simon is saving money to buy a new car.
3,
My sister has never learned to drive.
4,
Try not to make noise.
4.48. 1,
I can't drive.
We must hurry.
2,
She always makes me laugh.
My parents didn't let me go out last night.
4.49. Johnson Bailey presented Man Candles. He argued that most candles smell like perfume and are designed for women. One day he was having some friends over to watch a football game, and his house smelled like old Chinese food and dirty clothes. The only candle he had at the time was a vanilla-scented one, and he didn't want his house to smell like perfume. That's why Bailey invented manly candles that smell like things men enjoy: basketballs, golf courses, the beach, popcorn, and barbecue sauce. He even has a horrible-smelling candle you can burn to get people you don't like, perhaps your mother-in-law, out of your house. He tried to convince the Sharks to invest by passing out his candles and asking them to smell them. The Sharks most wanted to smell the bad candle, which is Bailey's best-selling candle. Kim Nelson's idea was a cake business that sells homemade cakes across the U.S. These cakes are made from all-natural ingredients like fresh oranges in the O.O. Orange cake or 1 pound of grated carrots in Daisy's Carrot Cake. Kim came up with the idea because many people don't have the time or the talent to bake a delicious homemade cake for special occasions like birthdays, graduations, or anniversaries. Kim says that she has a talent for baking cakes, and more importantly, she feels it's her passion. Kim's products are currently sold online in her local area, but she would like to increase production and sell more cakes across the U.S. The cake business is called Daisy Cakes. 4.50. The Sharks asked Johnson a lot of questions. For example, they asked him how much the candles sell for, $10 to $12 a candle, and how much money they made in sales the year before, $53,000. Johnson explained that currently he and his wife had put over $40,000 of their own money into this product. The Sharks also asked how the candles were made, to which he answered that he poured them all into their containers by himself. He didn't have any help in his entire candle-making process. In the end, they decided that they weren't interested. Their main reason was they thought the business just wasn't big enough or interesting enough, so they couldn't believe that it would ever make any money. The Sharks were impressed by Kim's presentation, and they immediately asked to try her cakes. They really loved her cakes and complimented her on their fresh and delicious taste. Even though the male Sharks liked Kim's product, They were concerned that her company had reached its potential, making a respectable $27,000 in the last 3 months. In the end, Barbara Corcoran, the only female shark, decided to invest $50,000 in Kim's business because she thought there was a market for Kim's product. And since then, Kim's Daisy Cakes are now being sold online across the U.S. She was able to pay Barbara Corcoran back in only 3 weeks, and she has expanded her business by offering new products like lemon curd. Although the sharks thought Johnson's candles were funny, it's a good thing they didn't invest in his company. Johnson's website has been shut down, and his candles have disappeared from store shelves. 4.52 Amber.
Do you think children learn better in mixed schools or single-sex schools?
I think they learn better in mixed schools.
Why?
Because the real world is mixed, so they learn how to interact with all kinds of people.
Max.
Do you prefer buying in stores or online?
I think I prefer online. I tend to be a little bit introverted that way, I suppose. If I can buy something online, then I can look at all these other things I could buy online, and it normally has a larger variety of wares available than at any specific store.
Simon.
Have you ever sold anything online?
Yes, I have sold on eBay.
What was it?
I sold a couple of things. I sold a computer scanner and a camera.
Did you get what you wanted for it?
Yes, I think so. I set what I thought was a fairly realistic price for them, and I got what I expected.
Joe.
If you could change one thing about your apartment, what would it be?
Right now we don't have any artwork up on the walls, so I would definitely want to get some more pictures or maybe a couple of paintings to put up.
Why would you change it?
The walls are just really bare, so it doesn't feel very inviting when people come over. It just looks very, very plain.
Simone.
What's more important to you about a job? Having a good salary or doing something you really enjoy?
Definitely doing something I really enjoy.
Why?
Doing the course I study at university, I could become a banker, but I don't want to because I don't think I'd enjoy that, even though I'd earn lots of money. So I want to do something I enjoy. Yeah.
5.2
The ticket inspector touched my arm. "Listen," he said. "When we get to Peterborough Station, run as fast as you can to Platform 1. The Leeds train will be there." I looked at him, without really understanding what he had said. "What do you mean?" I said. "Is the train late or something?" "No, it's not late," the ticket inspector said. "I've just radioed Peterborough Station. The train is going to wait for you. As soon as you get on, it'll leave. The passengers will complain, but let's not worry about that. You'll get home, and that's the main thing." And he walked away. I suddenly realized what an amazing thing he had done. I got up and went after him. I wanted to give him everything I had, all the money in my wallet, but I knew he would be offended. I grabbed his arm. I just wanted to... But I couldn't continue. "It's okay," he said. "No problem." "I wish I had a way to thank you," I said. "I really appreciate what you've done." "No problem," he said again. "Listen, if you want to thank me, the next time you see someone in trouble, help them. That will pay me back. And tell them to do the same to someone else. It'll make the world a better place." When the train stopped, I rushed to Platform 1. And sure enough, the Leeds train was there waiting. And a few hours later, I was with my mum in hospital. Even now, years later, whenever I think of her, I remember the good ticket inspector on that late-night train to Peterborough. It changed me from a young man who was nearly a criminal into a decent human being. I've been trying to pay him back ever since then.
5.3.
If I'd known about the meeting, I would have gone.
If James hadn't gone to the training course, he wouldn't have met his wife.
You wouldn't have lost your job if you hadn't been late every day.
Would you have gone to the party if you'd known Lisa was there?
5.4. 1.
If I'd known you were sick, I would have come to see you.
2.
If the weather had been better, we would have stayed longer.
3.
If I hadn't stopped to get gas, I wouldn't have been late.
4.
We would have missed our flight if it hadn't been delayed.
5.5. 1.
It would have been much quicker if we'd taken a taxi.
2.
She wouldn't have found out if you hadn't told her.
3.
The tickets would have been cheaper if we'd booked them earlier.
4.
If you hadn't done your homework so quickly, you wouldn't have made so many mistakes.
5.
I would have lent you some money if you'd asked me.
5.6.
Apart from the hockey players, he also gives the examples of the Beatles, the most famous rock band of all time, and Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft. The Beatles were really lucky to be invited to play in Hamburg in 1960. The club owner who invited them usually only invited bands from London. But on one trip to the UK, he met an entrepreneur from Liverpool who told him that there were some really good bands in that city. When the Beatles arrived in Hamburg, they had to work incredibly hard. They had to play for up to 8 hours a night in the club 7 nights a week. As John Lennon said later, "We got better and we got more confidence. We couldn't help it with all the experience we got from playing all night long in the club." By 1964, when they became really successful, the Beatles had been to Hamburg 4 times and had already performed live an estimated 1,200 times, far more than many bands today perform in their entire careers. Bill Gates's huge stroke of good luck came in 1968, when the high school he was attending decided to spend some money they'd been given on a computer. This computer was kept in a little room that then became the Computer Club. In 1968, most colleges didn't have a computer club, let alone schools. From that time on, Gates spent most of his time in the computer room because he and his friends taught themselves how to use it. "It was my obsession," Gates says of those early high school years. "I skipped sports. I went up there at night. We were programming on weekends. It would be a rare week that we wouldn't get 20 or 30 hours in." So Gates was unbelievably lucky to have access to a computer. But of course, he also put in all those hours of practice, too. Talent, Gladwell concludes, is obviously important, but there are many talented people out there. What makes just a few of them special is that they are lucky and that they put in far more hours of practice than the rest.
5.7. Word building. Making adjectives and adverbs.
Luck. Lucky. Unlucky. Luckily. Unluckily.
Fortune. Fortunate. Unfortunate. Fortunately. Unfortunately.
Comfort. Comfortable. Uncomfortable. Comfortably. Uncomfortably.
Patience. Patient. Impatient. Patiently. Impatiently.
Care. Careful. Careless. Carefully. Carelessly.
5.8. 1.
The beach was beautiful, but unfortunately it rained almost every day.
2.
My new shoes are very comfortable. I wore them for the first time yesterday, and they didn't hurt at all.
3.
He took the exam quickly and carelessly, and so he made a lot of mistakes.
4.
We were really unlucky. We missed the flight by just 5 minutes.
5.
Jack is a very impatient driver. He can't stand being behind someone who is driving slowly.
6.
It was a bad accident, but luckily nobody was seriously hurt.
7.
It was raining, but fans waited patiently in line to buy tickets for tomorrow's concert.
8.
The roads will be very icy tonight, so drive carefully.
9.
The temperature dropped to 20 degrees, but fortunately, we were all wearing warm coats and jackets.
10. The bed in the hotel was incredibly uncomfortable. I hardly slept at all.
5.10. 1.
My uncle and aunt have a lot of money.
Nina has lots of clothes.
2.
James eats a lot.
3.
There aren't many cafes near here.
Do you have many close friends?
Do you watch much TV?
I don't eat much chocolate.
4.
Don't run. We have plenty of time.
5.11. 1.
Do you want some more ice cream?
Just a little.
The town only has a few movie theaters.
2.
I'm so busy that I have very little time for myself.
Sarah isn't popular, and she has very few friends.
5.12. 1.
I don't like this city. It's too big and it's too noisy.
2.
There's too much traffic and too much noise.
There are too many tourists and too many cars.
3.
There aren't enough parks and there aren't enough trees.
The buses aren't frequent enough.
The buses don't run frequently enough.
5.13. 1.
There isn't any room in the car.
We don't have any eggs.
2.
There's no room in the car.
We have no eggs.
3.
How many eggs do we have?
None. I've used them all.
5.14.
Up. Enough. Tough.
Saw. Awe. Bought. Brought. Caught. Cough. Daughter. Thought.
Phone. Oh. Although.
cat, laugh,
boot, ooh, through.
5.15. 1.
I thought I'd brought enough money with me.
2.
My daughter caught a bad cold.
3.
I bought it although it was very expensive.
4.
We've been through some tough times.
5.
I didn't laugh. It was a cough.
5.16. 1.
A switch.
2.
A plug.
3.
Headphones.
4.
A remote control.
5.
A screen.
6.
A keyboard.
7.
A mouse.
8.
A speaker.
9.
A flash drive.
10.
An adapter.
11.
A USB cable.
12.
An outlet.
5.17. 1. C.
I changed the heat from 70 degrees to 62 degrees. I turned it down.
2. F.
I disconnected my iPod from the computer. I unplugged it.
3. D.
I increased the volume on the TV. I turned it up.
4. A.
I pressed the off button on the TV. I switched it off.
5. G.
I programmed the alarm on my phone. I set it for 7:30.
6. E.
I put my phone charger into an outlet. I plugged it in.
7. B.
I pressed the on button on my laptop. I switched it on.
5.18. A.
I switched it off.
B.
I switched it on.
C.
I turned it down.
D.
I turned it up.
E.
I plugged it in.
F.
I unplugged it.
G.
I set it for 7:30.
5.19. Part 1.
And now it's time for our book of the week, which is The Winter of Our Disconnect by Susan Moshart. Jeremy, to start with, it's a good title, isn't it?
Yes, amazing. And it was a fascinating experiment and a good read.
Tell us about it.
Well, Susan Moshart is a journalist who's raising 3 teenage children. She decided to do the experiment after reaching a point where she felt that the whole family, especially her children, were all living in their own little worlds, with headphones on, plugged into their laptops or their iPods or their smartphones, and that they weren't relating to the other people in the family.
So, it wasn't just her children who were permanently plugged into an electrical device.
Well, she admits that she herself was addicted to her phone and to her iPod and her laptop, and that she was constantly reading news sites and Googling information. But it was really her children who were totally dependent on new technology. In the book, she makes the interesting distinction between digital immigrants and digital natives.
What does that mean?
She describes herself as a digital immigrant. That's to say, someone who didn't grow up with digital technology, which is really anyone who was born before 1980. Her children are digital natives, which means that they were born after computers and the internet were already part of life.
Well, that's me then.
Yes. Well, the main difference, she says, is that digital immigrants use the technology to find information or to listen to music, but digital natives live and breathe the technology. So for them, living without it is like living without water, without electricity, in the Dark Ages.
What were the rules of the experiment?
The family had to live for 6 months without using any electrical gadgets in the house with a screen. So no smartphones, no TVs, no laptops or computers, no video consoles, and no iPods. They were allowed to use technology at school or at friends' houses or in internet cafes, and they were allowed to use landline phones. But everything else was switched off for the whole 6 months.
6 months? How on earth did she get the children to agree?
She bribed them. She told them that she was going to write a book about the experiment and that they would share in any profits that she made from the book.
Wow, that was very smart of her.
5.20 Part 2
So, what were the results? Was it a positive experience?
At the end of the book, Susan says that it was a positive experience in every way. At first, of course, the kids complained bitterly. They kept saying they were bored. But then they started to talk to each other again, to go and sit in each other's rooms and talk. They got interested in cooking and reading. They went to the movies together. They played CDs on the CD player, and they actually sat and listened to the music instead of just having music on their headphones all the time as background music. And Susan's 15-year-old son started playing the saxophone again. He'd stopped playing a few years before, but then he started taking lessons again and even started giving concerts. Oh, and the children said that they slept better.
Oh, well, that's good, yeah. What about the children's schoolwork? I mean, nowadays we sort of assume that everyone needs the internet to do research for homework and so on.
In fact, the children's report cards showed that they all improved. When they needed the internet, they used the computers at school or at college. The eldest daughter was in college. Or they went to friends' houses. But when they did their homework, they did it better than before because they weren't multitasking. They weren't doing homework and listening to music and sending messages all at the same time. So they concentrated better and their schoolwork improved.
What about Susan, the mother? Did she find it difficult to live without modern technology?
What she found most difficult was writing her weekly article for the newspaper because she had to do it by hand and not on her laptop. She says that at the beginning her hand used to really ache. She just wasn't used to writing by hand anymore. But that was just a small problem.
Any other negatives?
Well, of course, the phone bill for their landline was huge.
Has the experiment had a lasting effect?
Susan says that it has. She thinks that they all get along much better as a family. Her son is still playing the saxophone, and he sold his video console. They've all realized that we live in a digital world, but that we need to disconnect from time to time and to reconnect with the people around us. So they have new rules in the house, like no TVs in bedrooms and no TV in the kitchen where they eat, and no wasted hours on the internet.
Sounds great. That would be a good rule for me, too.
5.21 Part 3
Okay, so imagine you all did the experiment. What would you miss the most? Sally?
Well, I already live without the internet many weekends because we have a house in the country in the middle of nowhere where there's no internet service. So I know that what I would miss most is being able to Google information, like the phone number of a restaurant or what time a movie starts, or even, dare I say it, the sports scores. I don't have a TV, so I wouldn't miss that, but I would miss not having the internet.
Andrew?
Well, I just couldn't live without a computer or a laptop because I work from home, so I don't have an office to go to, and I absolutely need the internet too. I couldn't do the experiment. I just wouldn't be prepared to go to an internet cafe all day to work. Susan, the journalist who did the experiment, only had to write 1 column a week, but I work from home 8 hours a day.
Jeremy?
I think I could do it. I think I could easily live without any of these electrical gadgets at home. I mean, I have my office, so I could use the internet there. I don't use an iPod. I still prefer to listen to CDs.
You old dinosaur.
Yes, I know. And I don't watch much TV. I am very attached to my BlackBerry, but I wouldn't mind using a regular phone for 6 months. I don't think there's anything I'd miss too much.
And finally, Chloe, our only digital native.
Well, I'm sorry, but I just wouldn't be prepared to even try the experiment, not even for a week, let alone 6 months. I wouldn't be prepared to live without my phone. I use it for everything. Calling, music, the internet. So no, I wouldn't do it.
Not even if you were offered money?
It would have to be a huge amount of money. No, I'm definitely not going to do it.
5.22.
Yeah?
Hi there. It's me. Should I come up? Paul.
That's right.
Hi.
Hi. Are you okay?
Yes, fine, thanks. It's just that
What?
I wasn't expecting to see you.
Really? Well, as you can see, I'm still here. It seems Rob just can't live without me. Yeah, he's going to miss me when I'm gone. But not for long. We'll meet up again when he goes back to London.
Goes back?
Yeah. He told me last night that he was planning to leave New York pretty soon.
He what?
Oh, hi, Jenny. Do you want some breakfast? I've got bagels.
No, thank you, Rob. Why don't you two enjoy them?
What's wrong?
No idea. I just said you were planning to leave New York soon, and she...
You what? I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. This New York life isn't you, Rob, and you know it.
No, I don't. I like New York, and Jenny's here.
Oh, come on. What's the big deal? It's not like you want to marry her.
Well...
What? You do?
Look, Paul, I'm serious about New York, and I'm serious about Jenny. And I want you to leave, today.
You're joking, mate.
No, I'm not. I'll even buy the ticket.
5.23.
Hi, Jenny.
Rob?
Paul told me what he said to you, and it's not true. I'm not planning to leave New York.
Oh, really? Could you tell me why Paul is still in your apartment?
Well, he couldn't get a ticket to Boston.
But you told me he was going a few days ago. Or was that another lie?
No, of course it wasn't. He couldn't get a ticket. The buses to Boston were all full.
So, do you know if he's got one now?
I bought it. He's leaving this evening. But that isn't really the issue here, is it? You have to believe me, I don't want to leave New York.
How can I believe you? I know you're missing London because you said the same thing to Carrie at the restaurant. Look, Rob, I'd like to know what you really want.
What do you mean?
When you and Paul were together, it was like you were a different person.
You know what Paul's like. What was I meant to do? But that isn't the kind of life I want anymore. I'm not like that.
I know you're not. But I wonder if you really want to be here. I wonder if...
Jenny, what is it?
Forget it.
Jenny, what are you worrying about?
I don't know if this is going to work out.
You're not serious.
I'm just not sure if we want the same things anymore.
That's crazy.
Jenny, oh. Good morning, Rob.
Don?
I need a word. Can you tell me what you decided at the last meeting?
Right away, Don. Rob was just leaving.
$5.24. 1.
Could you tell me why Paul is still in your apartment?
Well, he couldn't get a ticket to Boston.
2.
Do you know if he's got one now?
I bought it. He's leaving this evening.
3.
Look, Rob, I'd like to know what you really want.
What do you mean?
4.
I wonder if you really want to be here. I wonder if...
Jenny, what is it?
5.
I need a word. Can you tell me what you decided at the last meeting?
Right away, Don. Rob was just leaving.
5.25.
Could you tell me why Paul is still in your apartment? Do you know if he's got one now? I'd like to know what you really want. I wonder if you really want to be here.
Can you tell me what you decided at the last meeting?
$5.26.
But what can I do, Jenny? What can I say to convince you I'm serious?
I don't know, Rob.
Wait. What Paul said just isn't true.
It isn't just what Paul said. It's obvious you want to go back.
Of course I miss London, but I love my life here. What proof do you want of my commitment to New York? To you? To everything?
I don't know.
There must be something I can do.
Look, we're going to see my parents later. I don't want us to be late.
We won't be late. And I won't forget the chocolates this time either.
Well, that's a start, I guess.
But Jenny, we need to talk about this.
We don't have time to discuss it now.
Jenny!
What is it?
What if I proposed to you?
Proposed?
That's right. Proposed.
Like, will you marry me?
Exactly.
On one knee?
I can do that. So, what would you say?
Rob, stop it. It's embarrassing.
Tell me.
Are you for real?
Yes, I am, actually. What about you?
Yes.
$5.27.
It's obvious you want to go back.
Of course I miss London, but I love my life here. And I won't forget the chocolates this time either.
Well, that's a start, I guess.
What if I proposed to you?
Rob, stop it. It's embarrassing.
5.28. 1,
Steve Jobs was born in San Francisco in 1955.
2,
He dropped out of Reed College in Oregon after just 6 months.
3,
His first job was with Atari, the video game company.
4,
The Apple Macintosh was the first successful computer to use a mouse.
5,
He co-founded Pixar in 1986, the company that produced Toy Story.
6,
He died of cancer of the pancreas in 2011.
7,
He was only 56 years old when he died.
5.29. 1,
Julia's the woman who works in the office with me.
It's a self-help book that teaches you how to relax.
That's the house where I was born.
2,
Is Frank the man whose brother plays for the Lakers?
It's a plant whose leaves change color in spring.
3,
I just got a text from the girl I met on the flight to Paris.
This is the new phone I bought yesterday.
5.30.
This painting, which was painted in 1860, is worth millions of dollars.
Last week I visited my aunt, who's nearly 90 years old.
Burford, where my grandfather was born, is a beautiful little town.
My neighbor, whose son goes to my son's school, has just remarried.
5.31. Barbie.
Until the late 1950s, most American girls played with baby dolls, which often limited their imaginations to mother or caregiver roles. At around the same time, Ruth Handler noticed that her preteen daughter was playing with paper dolls, giving them adult roles such as actresses or secretaries. On a trip to Europe, Ruth saw an adult-figured doll in Germany and brought several of them back to the U.S. Handler had the idea that girls could expand their imagination and play acting roles with a doll that looked like an adult. So she and engineer Jack Ryan redesigned the doll for the U.S. market and called her Barbie, after Ruth's daughter, Barbara. The first Barbie dolls were produced in 1959 and sold over 350,000 in the first year. Barbie is still popular today, and billions have been sold around the world since 1959. Mattel Inc., the company that produces Barbie, reports that 90% of American girls between the ages of 3 and 10 have a Barbie doll.
The Chrysler Building.
The Chrysler Building has been one of the most iconic New York City landmarks since it was completed in 1930. Architect William Van Allen designed the Art Deco building for Walter P. Chrysler, who owned the automobile company Chrysler Corporation. In fact, Van Allen modeled many of the building's decorative features using Chrysler car parts as inspiration. For example, the decorations on the outside of the building for the 31st floor are fashioned after engine parts from a 1929 Chrysler car. Today, the Chrysler Building is still considered one of the best examples of Art Deco architecture in the U.S. In fact, it was voted New York City's favorite building in 2005 by Skyscraper Museum. In addition, the building appears regularly in movies and TV shows that film in New York City.
The Love Sculpture.
In 1965, artist Robert Indiana had an idea for a painting with the word love as the main focus. He decided to break the word up into 2 lines, putting the L-O on top of the V-E. He then tilted the O a little, and an iconic American design was born. In fact, it became so popular that the Museum of Modern Art and the United States Postal Service asked Indiana to create versions of his love painting for cards and stamps. In the early 1970s, Indiana made a series of love sculptures for display in public parks. The first of these love sculptures was placed in New York City, on the corner of 6th Avenue and 55th Street. Additional love sculptures were placed in New Orleans, Philadelphia, Vancouver, Tokyo, and Singapore, as well as many other cities. Unfortunately, Indiana didn't make much money from his love paintings and sculptures. He never signed his paintings or applied for copyright, so he didn't have legal protection against the many imitations of his work.
Air Jordan sneakers.
When Michael Jordan started playing basketball for the Chicago Bulls in 1984, he had special Nike sneakers designed for him by Peter Moore. These sneakers were called the Air Jordan 1, or more simply, Air Jordans. They were red and black, the Chicago Bulls' colors. Because the sneakers did not have any white on them, Jordan was fined $5,000 by the National Basketball Association each time he wore them for a game. Every year since then, Nike has created a new pair of Air Jordans to sell. In 1987, Tinker Hatfield took over the design responsibilities for these sneakers, and he has been associated with them ever since. Hatfield introduced the Jumpman logo on the sneakers, which is a silhouette of Michael Jordan dunking a basketball with his legs spread wide. In 2010, Hatfield designed the Jordan 2010s to celebrate the sneakers' 25th anniversary.
5.32.
Soccer field.
Speed camera.
Sunglasses.
Town hall.
Bookcase.
Classmate.
Profile picture.
5.34. 1. Detectives. 2.
Witnesses.
3. Victim. 4.
Murderer.
5.
Murder.
6.
Evidence.
7.
Suspects.
8.
Solve.
9.
Prove.
5.35.
Good morning, and thank you for coming, Mr. Ryan. Or should it be Detective Ryan? You were a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, weren't you?
Yes, that's right. For 25 years. I retired last year.
People today are still fascinated by Natalie Wood's death, even though it was more than 30 years ago. That's incredible, isn't it?
Well, it's not really that surprising. People are always interested in unsolved mysteries, and Natalie Wood was a well-known and talented actress.
Now, to be clear, none of the people on the boat the night Ms. Wood died were or are suspects. But can you tell us who was on the boat that night?
That is correct. None of them were or are suspects. But in order to get a better understanding about what happened that night, it is important to know who was on the boat. So the people were her husband, movie and TV actor Robert Wagner, her friend and movie actor Christopher Walken, and the captain of the boat, Dennis Davern.
5.36.
Recently, the L.A. County Coroner's Office re-examined Ms. Wood's cause of death because of some new information about the bruises and scratches that were found on her body the night she died.
Yes, that's correct. This new information suggests that Ms. Wood may have been hit or beaten right before she died. and the coroner changed Ms. Wood's original cause of death from accidental drowning to drowning and other undetermined factors.
So what does this mean for the other people on the boat?
Officially, it doesn't mean anything for them. They still aren't suspects.
And you don't think they're suspects, do you?
No, I don't. I don't think any of them can be considered suspects without some kind of convincing evidence.
Well, what about Robert Wagner? There are reports that he was jealous of his wife's friendship with Mr. Walken.
Well, yes. Mr. Wagner wrote in his book, Pieces of My Heart, that he was jealous of the relationship, and that he and Mr. Walken argued that night on the boat. But that doesn't make him a suspect.
And Christopher Walken, Ms. Wood's friend and co-star?
Mr. Walken has remained mostly silent about what happened that night, but he has talked to the police.
The boat captain changed his story about what happened that night, didn't he? That he originally lied to police the night Natalie died.
Yes, Mr. Davern told a TV news program that he lied about the events of that night. He now says that Mr. Wagner and Ms. Wood had an argument, and that Ms. Wood went missing shortly after. Mr. Davern also claims that Mr. Wagner delayed contacting the police, implying that Mr. Wagner was responsible for Ms. Wood's death.
Do you believe the captain's new story?
Well, no. I think the timing of his news story is suspicious, since he released it so close to the 30-year anniversary of her death. I think he was looking to make some money by bringing this sad story back into the news.
So, what do you think happened that night?
I can't tell you, because I don't know.
So you don't think we'll ever solve the mystery?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think one day the mystery will be solved. Some new evidence will appear, and we'll be able to say that Natalie Wood's mysterious death is finally solved. But right now, it's still a mystery, and people like a good mystery.
5.37 1.
You were a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, weren't you?
2.
That's incredible, isn't it?
3.
And you don't think they're suspects, do you?
4.
The boat captain changed his story about what happened that night, didn't he?
5.38
It's cold today, isn't it?
She isn't here today, is she?
You're Peruvian, aren't you?
You aren't angry, are you?
They live in Ankara, don't they?
They don't like pizza, do they?
The game ends at 8 o'clock, doesn't it?
Lucy doesn't eat meat, does she?
Your sister worked in the U.S., didn't she?
You didn't like the movie, did you?
We've met before, haven't we?
Mike hasn't been to Beijing before, has he?
You'll be okay, won't you?
You won't tell anyone, will you?
You'd go on vacation with me, wouldn't you?
Sue wouldn't quit her job, would she?
5.39
Your last name's Jones, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you're 27, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
You weren't at home last night at 8 o'clock, were you?
No, I wasn't. I was at the movie theater.
But you don't have any witnesses, do you?
Yes, I do. My wife was with me.
Your wife wasn't with you, was she?
How do you know?
Because she was with me at the police station. We arrested her yesterday.
5.40 1.
Your last name's Jones, isn't it?
2.
And you're 27, aren't you?
3.
You weren't at home last night at 8 o'clock, were you?
4.
But you don't have any witnesses, do you?
5.
Your wife wasn't with you, was she?
5.41 The Case for the Defense by Graham Greene. Part 1.
It was the strangest murder trial I have ever attended. They named it the Peckham murder in the headlines, although Northwood Street, where Mrs. Parker was found murdered, was not actually in Peckham. The prisoner was a well-built man with bloodshot eyes. An ugly man, one you wouldn't forget in a hurry, and that was an important point. The prosecution intended to call 4 witnesses who hadn't forgotten him and who had seen him hurrying away from the little red house in Northwood Street. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Mrs. Salmon, who lived at 15 Northwood Street, had been unable to sleep. She heard a door shut, and so she went to the window and saw Adams, the accused, on the steps of the victim's house. He had just come out, and he was wearing gloves. Before he moved away, he had looked up at her window. Henry McDougal, who had been driving home late, nearly ran over Adams at the corner of Northwood Street because he was walking in the middle of the road looking dazed. And old Mr. Wheeler, who lived next door to Mrs. Parker at number 12 and was woken up by a noise and got up and looked out of the window, just as Mrs. Salmon had done, saw Adams's back, and as he turned, those bloodshot eyes. In Laurel Avenue, he had been seen by yet another witness.
5.42 Part 2.
I understand,
the lawyer for the prosecution said,
that the defense intends to plead mistaken identity. Adam's wife will tell you that he was with her at 2 in the morning on February the 14th. However, after you have heard the witnesses for the prosecution and examined carefully the features of the prisoner, I don't think you will be prepared to admit the possibility of a mistake.
Mrs. Salmon was called again. She was the ideal witness with her slight Scottish accent and her expression of honesty and kindness. There was no malice in her, and no sense of importance. She told them what she had seen, and how she had rung the police station.
And do you see the man here in court?
She looked straight at the big man in the dock, who stared hard at her with his bloodshot eyes, without emotion.
Yes,
she said.
There he is.
You are quite certain?
She said simply,
I couldn't be mistaken, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Salmon.
The lawyer for the defense began to cross-examine Mrs. Salmon.
Now, Mrs. Salmon, you must remember that a man's life may depend on your evidence.
I do remember it, sir.
Is your eyesight good?
I've never had to wear spectacles, sir.
You're 55 years old, aren't you?
56, sir.
And the man you saw was on the other side of the road. Is that right?
Yes, sir, he was.
And it was 2 o'clock in the morning. You must have remarkable eyes, Mrs. Salmon.
No, sir. There was moonlight. And when the man looked up, he had the lamplight on his face.
And you have no doubt whatever that the man you saw is the prisoner?
None whatever, sir. It isn't a face you can easily forget.
(5.43) Part 3.
The lawyer for the defense took a look round the court for a moment. Then he said,
Do you mind, Mrs. Salmon, examining again the people in court? Stand up, please, Mr. Adams.
There at the back of the court, with a well-built body and a pair of bloodshot eyes, was a man who looked exactly like the prisoner. He was even dressed the same, a tight blue suit and a striped tie.
Now, think very carefully, Mrs. Salmon. Can you still swear that the man you saw in Mrs. Parker's garden was the prisoner, and not this man, who is his twin brother? You can't be sure, can you?
Of course she couldn't. She looked from one to the other and didn't say a word. The prisoner sat in the dock, and the other man stood at the back of the court, and they both stared at Mrs. Salmon. She shook her head. That was the end of the case. None of the witnesses were prepared to swear that it was the prisoner he'd seen. The brother had his alibi, too. He had been with his wife. And so the man was acquitted because there was no evidence. But whether he committed the murder, or whether it was his brother, I don't know. That extraordinary day had an extraordinary end. I followed Mrs. Salmon out of the court. There was a big crowd of people outside the courtroom who were waiting, of course, for the twins. The police tried to make the crowd go away, but all they could do was keep the road clear for traffic. The police tried to get the twins to leave by a back door, but they refused. One of them, no one knew which, said,
"Why by the back door? I've been acquitted, haven't I?"
And they walked out of the front entrance. Then it happened. I don't know how, though I was only 6 feet away. The crowd moved, and somehow one of the twins was pushed onto the road right in front of a bus. He gave a scream, and that was all. He was dead. His brother looked straight at Mrs. Salmon. He was crying, but whether he was the murderer or the innocent man, nobody will ever know. But if you were Mrs. Salmon, could you sleep at night?
$5.44. Writer.
Have you ever helped a stranger or been helped by a stranger?
Yes. One time I saw somebody have their phone stolen, and I ran after the guy and retrieved the cell phone.
Elizabeth.
Do you think we rely too much on technology?
Yes,
Why?
because technology often breaks and then you don't have the skills that you need to deal with the situation.
Are there any gadgets you just couldn't live without?
I couldn't live without my hairdryer.
Sean.
Do you like detective or mystery novels or TV series?
I do, yes.
Do you have a favorite author or detective?
I do like Raymond Chandler and the Philip Marlowe character.
Do you usually guess who the murderer is?
I don't, but I don't usually try to. I think I quite like just to wait and find out what happens.
Isabel.
Do you have a favorite designer?
I think my favourite designer is Alexander McQueen, who's a clothing designer, though it's too expensive so I can't buy any of the clothes, but I like looking at pictures of them.
Why do you like his clothes?
Because they are very, very unusual and they use lots of very interesting materials and they're different designs, they're not just using designs from the past.
Giles.
Do you think you are generally a lucky person?
Yes, I suppose I think I possibly am a lucky person. I certainly wouldn't count myself as unlucky, but I haven't won the lottery yet, but I'm enjoying life and I think that's possibly as lucky as you can hope to be.
Can you think of a time when you've been really lucky?
Yes, I was very lucky when I was on holiday in Australia and I was due to catch my flight back to England, but I turned up a day late and I'd missed it. But luckily there was one spare space on the plane leaving that day and they were able to put me on it.
5.45.
Be, was, were, been.
Beat, beat, beaten.
Become, became, become,
begin, began, begun,
bite, bit, bitten,
break, broke, broken,
bring, brought, brought,
build, built, built,
buy, bought, bought,
can, could,
catch, caught, caught,
choose, chose, chosen,
come, came, come,
cost, cost, cost,
cut, cut, cut,
do, did, done,
draw, drew, drawn,
dream, dreamed, dreamed,
drink, drank, drunk,
drive, drove, driven,
eat, ate, eaten,
fall, fell, fallen,
feel, felt, felt,
find, found, found,
fly, flew, flown,
forget, forgot, forgotten,
get, got, gotten,
give, gave, given,
go, went, gone,
grow, grew, grown,
hang, hung, hung,
have, had, had,
hear, heard, heard,
hit, hit, hit,
hurt, hurt, hurt,
keep, kept, kept,
know, knew, known,
learn, learned, learned,
leave, left, left,
lend, lent, lent,
let, let, let,
lie, lay, lane,
lose, lost, lost,
make, made, made,
mean, meant, meant,
meet, met, met,
pay, paid, paid,
put, put, put,
read, read, read,
ride, rode, ridden,
ring, rang, rung,
run, ran, run.
say, said, said,
see, saw, seen.
sell, sold, sold,
send, sent, sent.
set, set, set,
shine, shone, shown.
shut, shut, shut,
Sing, sang, sung.
sit, sat, sat,
Sleep, slept, slept.
speak, spoke, spoken,
Spend, spent, spent.
stand, stood, stood,
Steal, stole, stolen.
swim, swam, swum,
Take, took, taken.
teach, taught, taught,
Tell, told, told.
think, thought, thought,
Throw, threw, thrown.
understand, understood, understood,
Wake, woke, woken.
wear, wore, worn,
Win, won, won.
write, wrote, written,